Hello, everybody. So, welcome to the conference, international conference on information and software technologies, on the second day meeting. I'm glad to invite as keynote speaker, chief scientist at the Institute for Future Intelligence in the United States, Dr. Charles Shi. Yeah. Okay, so you are welcome. The floor is yours, and the presentation will be titled "Using Generative AI to Create Adaptive Feedback in Engineering Design." So,
thank you, Forrest. Thank you, Aldous. Okay, my name is Charles Shea, and I'm from the Institute of Future Intelligence. We are a small nonprofit organization about 20 miles west of downtown Boston. We are funded 100% by federal agency in the U.S. That means that all our money come from the National Science Foundation, National Institute of Health. If they refuse to give us money, we are dead. We have no safety net, not like you guys are professor, you got a base pay, and funding is just extra. We are 100% of soft money. And second, I want to thank Dinah for inviting me here and give me this opportunity to see a beautiful country and a beautiful city. And I really enjoyed the FIA performance. It was a happy accident. I saw my initial reaction was that this was arrangement that you guys might have already paid for this. The story is that there is a Lafayette performance, and these kids come in a restaurant, and they were singing, and they were dancing, and because I was the outsider, I have no idea. I saw this was staged. Maybe you guys pay for them to sing in the restaurant. Thank you for that. It was really beautiful. I went back to the hotel. I played the video for 5 times, and I sent to my friends in the U.S. and China, and they all enjoyed it. Closer, okay. So thank you for that experience, and that's I won't forget. I'm going to talk about something that we have been doing for the last, I would say, almost 5 or 6 years, and we didn't, no generative AI was going to catch, now it's everywhere, but I forgot to say that one of our missions at the Institute is to develop educational technology, which is why when I saw Dinah and I checked out her research experience, and I said, okay, I should get in touch with you because you're doing exactly the same thing as we are trying to do. And so let me go to the, by the way, every screenshot you see is from our software. One of the major difference between us and universities is that we actually develop products that people can use, and we are like in the middle. Many companies develop a product, but they don't do research, and many universities do research, but they don't do products. And in the United States, there's this middle layer called nonprofit organization that develop some product and also do some research. And so we are similar bridge between research and development. So this is my team. We are a small organization, started up 3 years ago, only 3 years ago. And we have actually 2 employees from this region. You can recognize the flag in the last name, right? It must be Lithuania. And then Andrea is from Ukraine. Okay, so what kind of problem we are trying to solve? I want to give you some background. The background is that about 12 years ago, the U.S. is going through education reform, and that now everybody has a Google, right? If you want to know anything, any knowledge, you just Google it. You don't have to someone, you don't need someone to teach you, right? You can just Google it. So that triggers the entire country to think about what should we do about education. Now that the role of the teacher, and conveying the knowledge is no longer necessary because you got Google and it's on the phone. So we start to say maybe it's better to teach them skills like scientific inquiry. And everybody knows scientific inquiry is so important because if you don't know how to ask questions, you don't know how to design a research plan and how to do experiments to figure out, to verify the results and the theories, then there's no sense. And then and the importance of scientific inquiry has been around for like 30, 40 years. But in about 12 years ago, the framework for the K through 12, in the US we call K through 12, it's from kindergarten to grade 2, which is the last grade in the high school. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that term, but I just need to explain. So the National Academy has this report called the Framework for K through 12 Education, Science Education. That basically, one of the major changes that for the first time, they incorporate the engineering design into the standard. Now, the latest standard is called the Next Generation Science Standard in the US. And it has been adopted by many states, I think about 20 states. In US is a funny country, the federal government cannot force states to adopt a standard. If we have a standard, it's only a recommendation. A state can say, like Florida can say, we don't care. We don't want to use any federal standard. But again, many of the states, it's just a political difference. Many of the states still use a standard that is pretty similar. So even if they don't use the standard, they still teach engineering and design. The idea is the same. It's just that they don't use the name. So why is engineering education important? It's because the US has gone through a phase of deindustrialization. Now they are trying to build a manufacturing back. And now they look at the workforce, they feel, geez, we don't have enough engineers to build the infrastructure. We don't have enough engineers to manage and run our factories. And so, which is why they want to push for engineering education in K through 12. And a large part is also the importance of computer science and engineering. So we are, when it comes to engineering education, it's like when it comes to science, inquiry is everything. Inquiry is important. But when it comes to engineering, design is the most important thing. Everything is about design and engineering. And so here is the operational definition of design. It's basically a creative process with, I will explain this later, but right now just, bear with me. With massive open-endedness that may lead to many alternative solutions. And it actually involves iteration, many iterations. And you have to always diverge, right? You think about many possibilities, and then you get it done by converging to a few solutions. Because otherwise you will never get anything done. You are always diverging. We might have experience in our everyday life. Some people keep diverging, but they never converge. They never get things done, right? So that converging and diverging process is in the middle of engineering and design. So, why does it? Okay, maybe just. Okay. So now, if you want to do any engineering education, or if you want to do any education projects, the important piece is how do you assess them. You can teach, but you don't know how they do, how students do, with the materials or with the intervention. And when it comes to, everybody knows if you are doing, a project with some quiz, right? Multiple choice, it's easy, right? It's easy to, there's A, B, C, D, and A is correct, and B is incorrect. It's easy. There's not much to research about in terms of assessment. But what about a problem that has massive open-endedness? There's no single correct answer, right? If you ask people to think about how they design a bike, there's no single, The original design, the original is unicircle, right? Nobody has that anymore, right? And now it evolves into the bicycle we see. And you don't know in the future, right? Next 100 years, then people might invent new forms. So it's impossible for someone to say, if you give students a design task, it's impossible for someone to say, I know all the feasible solutions. And so in fact, even professionals, they don't know, right? We still don't know what may be the optimal. You never know if there is a new solution that is waiting to be discovered. like new Argo, new material, and that's the beauty of science. That means it has unlimited possibilities. And so this, by the way, I'll just insert this line here, and I'll get back to that. This is the reason why we are talking about generative design, using generative AI to address this problem instead of discriminative AI. You know the difference between those two AI, right? The discriminative AI is just saying, if I give you a problem and I ask, and you give me the answer, true or false, right? And generative AI is a different type of AI. It basically creates many feasible solutions. And the second difficulty of design is that it's a process. It's never just about an outcome, especially in education, right? You want to see how students solve their problem step by step. You don't just want to look at the final product, because as a teacher, you want to know more information about that process. And in terms of assessment and feedback, you want those kind of assessment to be ongoing, and it also should be adaptive to that particular student's situation. But this type of practice is difficult to do in the classroom, because that means that somebody has to look up to their students all the time in order to know how they do a dynamic, how do you support a dynamic learning process. And the third part is obviously because there is always everybody has their own experience, everybody has their own preferences when it comes to design a solution, right? I like this color, I don't like this color, that's just personal. And so this kind of complexity basically is the magnitude of the openness, and there is no standard solution. And design is always about quantitative. It's a problem. You have to, when you design something, you ask how many meters of so that bridge be. You never say that I'm going to be a bridge, but that's just a bridge with no specifics. And also, as I said, a personal experience, and it's also always an important consideration. And all these combined together, you have this uncertainty and inconsistence of if you use human to do the assessment. And that means there is not going to be a good solution, because I was in the classroom a few times, and there was a teacher who came out to me to say, "Oh, I know this student is good," but actually that student, I'm kind of like an engineer. From my point of view, that particular student's design is not based. And the teacher suggested to me that that student must be able to do a base design, just because his information is based on the student's test, not based on her actual performance in engineering design. So that's a bias that potentially can undermine the integrity of the assessment. So we're trying to see if we can solve these problems with AI. And the first step we do is to move design to a CAD platform, to a CAD platform, because if you can digitize the entire thing, then you can talk about AI. Without digitalization, if you don't convert anything to a digital form, there's no way you can, there's no way you can implement AI. And the modern design is actually enabled by two different type of technology. One is design technology. One is what we know as computer-aided design, CAD. The other one is analysis. Sometimes we call it computer-aided engineering. Like a finite element analysis for people who knows about what finite elements are. And these two things combined together, now we have a concept called virtual prototyping. Basically, the idea is that I'm going to build a prototype virtually and test everything out using simulation. And only after you pass all the tests, virtual tests, I'm going to 3D printer that design, or I'm going to really manufacture that final product. And this type of technology actually can be used in education to virtualize a large part of design. And with that, then we can say, now we can think about if we can use the data produced by this software, how can we build intelligent agents back to the system so it can help students learn. And the same technology, by the way, also has a profound implications in corporate training. companies want to train engineers. We don't talk about it, this is something actual, but I just want to tell you that companies also are interested in this type of productivity enhancing tools. Basically, they view the young graduates like a student, and they used to spend a lot of time and money to ask the older engineers or more senior engineers to kind of train the younger generation. And so this type of intelligent agents could be also useful in the industry. Okay, we have been doing a platform. By the way, there's something I want to say. The older generation might say, okay, CAD, well, 3D modeling, that's not my thing. I don't even know how to use a phone, okay? But that is no longer true for younger generations. In the US, we have like 20 or 30 million kids playing Minecraft, or you may not know what is Bloxburg. That's really popular. I have no idea why these kids will spend hours creating 3D house and creating their own home in a virtual space and inviting their friends to come to have a cup of tea in a virtual space. And because I'm older generation, I don't understand. And I talk to him, I still don't get the idea of why they are so obsessed about this type of game. But that's where kids are. So we actually meet them at where they are. We don't force them to do things that they don't want to do. We create technology that actually make them want to do the thing. But the problem is that Minecraft or Bloxburg, they don't care very much about science or engineering. It's just a game. So we try to design our own Minecraft, and then we try to smuggle science and engineering into the system and make it fun, like a gamification of engineering and design in a way. And so Aladdin is, if you guys want to look up this up using a computer while I'm speaking, you're welcome to do that. Aladdin is our own product, actually 100%, was written 3 years ago from scratch. The first line was written almost less than 3 years ago. So it's the uniqueness of this system is it's a web-based system. It just works within a browser, and it also integrates CAD and CAE together. In many of the, if you guys do engineering, you know that actually CAD and CAE are separate in many engineering applications because they have a CAD tools, and then they hire someone to design the structure, and then hire another group of engineers to run the simulation and analyze different solutions. And we can't do that in education. We don't have, kids don't have any kind of patience, and they don't have the expertise to do that. So we actually build the entire systems into one, integrate all these different pieces into one system with no transition needed, no scripting, no what we call tool chaining. It's basically using scripts to kind of niche different tools together so you can do a job and you can automate the workflow basically. And this platform is actually free and open source. It's on GitHub. So the purpose is to create this platform to support design, research, and education. And this is what I'm going to show you. That this is on the left is the photo from one school in Turkey, the other schools in Ukraine. These are schools that we're trying to work with. And then on the right is the model. Can you tell the difference? You can. Maybe you can, but not at the first glance. Right? You may not be able. This is the fidelity. I'm trying to show this is how close we can model a structure from our software. From the structure modeling part of our software, which is the CAD part. Sometimes this doesn't work. Okay. And so the next question you ask is, say, okay, how accurate is a simulation? What is a simulation? If a simulation means that you want to simulate how a system works in real life. And if the simulation is not accurate, then so it's no good, right? You have no predictive power. So this is some results I'm going to show you on the screen is we have a basic. Okay, I have to go back to explain to you that the tool actually focuses on a bunch of things like renewable energy, building energy simulation, and in terms of renewable energy, one of the big topics is solar energy, and this graph on the left is the sensor data, comparing sensor data and simulation data in 4 different U.S. locations, and the sensor data is based on 30 years of average collected by U.S. Department of Energy. So you can see it can never be 100% in agreement. Okay, if somebody tells you that it can be 100%, that they are lying. It's impossible for experiments to, they always have some discrepancy. And the data on the right, it's the graph on the right is actually something interesting I want to share with you. And Diana, you already know what I was talking, but the rest of you might not know, this. And this one in the middle is a 3-day data collection from a solar array in North Carolina. And it was posted by someone working at SAS. If you guys use any statistical package, you might know the company. And they say, well, how do you explain this data? The solar output of that solar array actually has a dip at noon. And our intuition is always the sun is the strongest when it's 12 o'clock, right? It's just overhead, and that must be the strongest. How come the solar arrays produce less compared with 11 hours or 13 hours? It doesn't make sense. And as I say, I don't want to go down to the details, but that's how our simulation shows the same trend of our behavior of that solar output. And you can see, okay, there's an animation right here showing that this is an array that is driven by the so-called tracking system, meaning that the solar panels can follow the sun like sunflowers. So when the sun rises, then you face the sun from the east, then over the day you kind of turn to face the west. And that's how the energy output of such an array is going to look like. If you look at the meter, it's going to have a dip at noon. So there are other, and he called this as a surprise. He's a data scientist. By the way, there's a difference between data scientists and scientists. The data scientists look at this graph, they say, that's a surprise, I have no idea. The scientists will say, I'm going to look into the physics and find out the cause, try to explain this. But for a data scientist, he observed this, he has no idea how it's just a black box. Everything has to go back to physics to explain this. So we have other verifications done by scientists from other countries, including Poland. Is in terms of the energy, when we simulate the building energy, we actually there's a standard test that is provided by the U.S. Department of Energy called BASTIT. It's a building energy simulation test, and we actually the software is actually verified by Warsaw University of Technology. I wish Polish friends are here. And then there are also a bunch of PV simulation tools. One is the PV watts calculator that's done by U.S. Renewable Energy Lab. It's a national energy lab of DOE. The other one is the European Union's software. These are pretty similar, but we actually did benchmark against these tools, and in general, the agreement is within 10%. So we have a crystal ball. It's not perfect, but it's okay for education. Right? And the kids, if it's 10%, I think it's good enough. Okay, I'm going to, after showing you guys the ability of design and simulation, and I'm going to start to talk about AI because that's really the importance of why I'm here. If I'm just only talking about CAD, CAE, that's not necessarily new, right? But we have to overcome those. We have to have the tool. We have to build these muscles before we build the brain, okay? We can't just, we have no muscle. So that took us a long time because we have to kind of build our own CAD tools and CAE tools before we can start to give you AI. So before I talk about AI, in any AI, you heard people talk about meta-heuristic and talk about what they call cost function or loss function. Actually, I normally call it objective function. And no matter what kind of AI you're using, and the most important function is the objective function. That is the function to evaluate. If you have a structure or a solution, and you have to score it, right? Any AI is based on some kind of scoring mechanism. And so in the case of our system, like Aladdin, the objective function actually maps the structure of a design to the function of the design, i.e. the performance of the design. And I show you some mathematics here. That's basically if you have multiple objectives and you have also multiple parameters, right? So these functions will map from the parameters to objectives. And in the case of Aladdin, it's really complicated. Because there's no closed form solution. You can't just use an equation or something. It's a simulation that basically applies to arbitrary geometry. There's no way you can have a single function. They would do the calculation. I'm showing here the example you see in the background is the so-called Fourier refractor, the linear. Okay, this might be too physics for you guys, but it's a type of concentrated solar power configuration that based on reflecting all the signs to a pipe. There's a pipeline here. You can see on the left, there's a pipeline. All the solar energy is concentrated on those pipelines to heat it up. And then the hot fluid then goes to drive a turbine engine to produce electricity. And all this is done by discretizing each of those minerals, into this grid point. Say it depends on how dense you want to go. It could be tens of thousands or a million points. And then you have to move the time, right? There's also a time dimension. So every 15 minutes, then you redo all this calculation, and then until the sunset. So this is a lot of calculation. But in this, actually, the discretization, the grid I was talking about, actually this sets the sensitivity, because when we want to talk about AI, let's say students are designing something, they always change the geometry. They always focus on shape, because they are not sophisticated enough to think about function in an abstract way. So they always, if they want to design a house, they're always interacting with windows, doors, roof, all these shape factors. And if you change the window a little bit, right, or resize the window or move the windows like 1 centimeters, and no matter what kind of AI you're using, you should be able to have a different objective function, a different value for the objective function if the students move their windows by 1 inch. And if the computational grid is less than 1 inch in terms of step length, then you won't be able to distinguish that you won't be able to tell the action from the previous one. So this is the basic resolution of how we want to create AI, and because AI has to evaluate the objective function, but then you have to use numerical simulation, and you are subject to these sensitivity threshold. But that's not a big problem, because in many cases, when they do a design, they usually don't do small changes. They usually just changing things like crazy. They always go radical. I already said this. So the reason I say the uniqueness of our system is that we build these two, the design and simulation, into a single system. So so within a single system, then we can close the loop. Right? If somebody select the solar panels, and then we immediately can tell what is the consequence of the action. And so you don't have to leave the system and go back, or ask someone else to say, how is this going to change my design? So then we have the opportunity to guide students, because now you have a feedback, right? But that's not adapted yet. That's just a feedback. You say, I changed the solar panel I kind of rotate the solar panel by 10 degrees. I got a different results. And that's a feedback to my action. And now we are trying to say, okay, now we introduce how do we use AI? And as I say, when I saw a few people mention meta-heuristic or PSO, particle swarm optimization, nobody mentioned genetic algorithm, interestingly enough. So I feel that I'm at the right conference, because there are three different presentations. Yesterday they talked about bio-inspired AI optimization. Okay, so one of the obvious ways to think about design is the evolution of solution. Think about the solution space, right? Hyperspace, and each design solution is a set of parameters that actually can be represented by a point. And the design process is either a random walk in a space or evolution in a space. And so now you can use all these optimization algorithms, or like a genetic algorithm, or whatever you want to call it. And the nature of design, by the way, is always like evolution. It's so similar. You get from version 1 to version 2, eventually think about operating system, right? The computers, it goes through, 30 years of evolution. Now this is the older one, but now we have all these fancy systems in computers. So here is an example. What I'm showing here is an example of how we can use these type of algorithms to design a photovoltaic solar farm. And the definition of the problem is that now let's say I have a piece of land, in opposite shape. You guys may have a lazy population in your country, but in New York or Massachusetts, we have such a high population density, and land is so expensive. You can't just say I'm going to have in Arizona, I'm going to have a few square kilometers of land. I can just draw, rectangular field. But in our areas, it's always, people's land is always irregular. And so the question is, how do you design a solar farm that is going to produce a maximum profit? And that's so the reason that we chose renewable energy is because it's easier to convince teachers to use this topic because climate change. People already, a lot of people already do the messaging for us. And, we don't have to do the marketing. It's not too difficult to convince teachers to say, okay, this might be a good project to do. And the curve here, I'm going to show you this later, but the curve here shows the evolution of the objective function. In this case, it's the profit of this potential. And this, by the way, this is a real solar farm in Massachusetts. It's probably constructed about 7 or 8 years ago. Okay, there's something I want to mention about AI. A lot of AI to the end users is a black box, right? Like if you use any neural net, you just say it's going to produce a result, but you never explain why is that solution? Why did AI pick that solution? Right? There's no explanation. And actually, this is a known problem. It's called the U.S. DARPA is a funding agency from the defense. It's called DARPA. Has been initiating this research program called XAI. Basically, try to make AI explainable. If it's not explainable, and you are going to have a lot of problem. So imagine you guys are a CEO of a pharmaceutical company, and then your scientists come to you and say, okay, I want $1 billion to design this drug. And then you say, why? Why do you, what's the art of getting, passing the clinical trials, phase 3, and eventually go to the market? And then you say, because AI told me so. And now your CEO is going to say, okay, explain to me. But you say, I can't explain because that's what, this is real thing that happens, okay? It's a interesting thing. The optimization, sometimes there's no physics behind it. It just said, this is the result. Believe me or not, right? And they have to gamble. But we in our case, we actually try to, education, you can't use a black box to teach because the black box has no educational power. So we want to say, maybe we can open this black box. We can show how design evolved in a solution space, and the way then we can show students how AI works in that solution space. And the reason that our system is educational is because we develop this capacity on purpose. So I can't show you this in real time, but if you are running on your own computer, you may be able to see how this is in action. And basically, this is a way to, the graph I'm showing here is that, once they try to optimize our problem, and we're going to show the graph on the right is the trajectory in the solution space, after a few generations of iteration. And in this particular case, I want to let you see the difference. If you choose the genetic algorithm, there is a parameter that detects how much mutation you want. And a mutation in terms of design is, in some cases, it's not exactly the same, but in some cases we call it a creativity factor. If there is no mutation, there is no creativity in the case of design, because sometimes creativity takes a mutation, like Elon Musk, right? The guy has to be crazy enough to think out of the box. Steve Jobs, I don't have to mention, a lot of these people are, it originally appeared to be lunatic to a person like us, right? But when nothing like that happens, you don't have any creativity. So that mutation actually you can see that with that mutation rate size higher, then you can see that the AI is going to go through a wider fluctuations in the solution space and come and actually in the case of design, these models like divergent thinking and convergent thinking. So it's not an arbitrary parameter, because we want students to learn how to diverge and converge through multiple solutions. And with AI now, they're almost having a design body, right? Because in many cases they are designing a problem, they are working alone. But what if you can create a partner, AI partner? They would say, okay, now show me how you solve your problem, and then it's going to show you a visualization. At least there would be increase the transparency, and the results may be more explainable. The other thing that I want to mention, and I'll get back to this later, is that in design technology, there is currently a revolution that is going on. It's called generative design. And, when we the first generation of design technology, like CAD, AutoCAD, or whatever CAD tools they're using, it's basically engineers only do a few designs, maybe 5 at most, because then they're going to run out of money and time. And with generative design, AI is going to search in the solution space. And so there's a paradigm shift in design technology, going from only dealing with a few possibilities to a lot of possibilities. By a lot, it depends on how much money you want to spend. Nowadays we have to pay Amazon. Cloud computing is not cheap. And if you are willing to spend thousands of dollars, you can get hundreds, maybe even thousands of solutions. So then you have to think about they might change the entire design interface. Usually, the interface on the left is our interface, but it's pretty common in generative design. Usually, you want to visualize the solutions and different solutions in the solution space, which is always high dimensional, which means that you cannot use a two-dimensional. You have to use a parallel coordinate plot, which to visualize high-dimensional data. And I show, in our system, I can show you, unfortunately, I can't show you the real demo, but our system also allow users to basically pick two parameters and do a much more familiar graph. Here is a two-dimensional profile of a two-dimensional subset of that hyperspace. And again, this is this uses solar farm design as an example. Basically, that allow, as I said, I'll get back to this, but this is just a screenshot. Oh, okay, I forgot to mention that the paradigm of generative design actually follows 3 steps. Step 1, generate solutions. A bunch of solutions. You can imagine random solutions, right? You just sample the space evenly. And the second stage is evolution. So you now start to evolution can be optimization, or it could be divergence. And then the step, and this is a new term that I don't know how many people heard about this term called optioneering. It's a combination of option and engineering. And optioneering is exactly the term that describes what I just said. How do you go about design now having numerous possibilities, instead of just 2, right? If you have only 2, then it's easy to make a choice. But if you have 200, how do you go about a problem? And so this thing it basically turned the decision making from picking, from a multiple choice to now you have to use some data science to pick and choose. So okay, now $1 million question. I basically explained to you all these AI thing that is going on, in the field. I mean, in terms of design technology, in terms of engineering application. Now, the million-dollar question is that how do you turn that into instructional intelligence that can teach? Right? These are all AI tools developed by professional engineers, but they don't know anything about education. And now our question for people who are doing education technology is going to say, okay, what should we, how do we tap into this potential? How do we use this power so we can create useful educational technology? Here's a bunch of ideas that we have. I'm not saying that we already found the Holy Grail. No, there's no Holy Grail. But at least that we can move one step closer. So imagine, suppose people give you a design task, right? And you design something. And so just try, if you try to remember, when you are trying to design, if someone has helped you solving the design problem, what is that person's strategy? Most likely that person is going to point fingers and say, maybe you do this and you're going to get a better solution, right? And that person never tells you all these principles, because you know the principles from a book. But that person, when you feel that person is the most useful, is always a practical solution to kind of push you towards that direction. So you can move to a better, you can improve your solution by 10%, let's say, or 20%. It's always a concrete solution because you don't need those lectures. It's there in the book. And so we say, okay, now we can use this AI to basically, let's say students did the initial design. And then we can use AI to, okay, now let me go back to what let me rephrase this. So if students come up with a design, so how do they know that design is good or bad? So assuming there is no teacher, right? We're talking about automation. We're talking about using AI, not using human being. So the way we do this is that we can say, if this design requires a lot of improvement, that's probably a bad design, right? If the design doesn't require a lot of improvements, that's probably a good design. And how do you know if the design requires a lot of improvements or not? You use evolutionary computation. You basically say, here's my initial design, and I'm going to use the initial design or the current design as one of the individuals in the case of genetic algorithm, and as one of the individuals in the first generation. Then I'm going to start the process of evolutionary computation. And then AI is going to search, right? It's going to search in the solution space. And after, let's say, 100 iterations, if AI come up with a design that is much better than the current student's design, then you know the current student's design is probably bad. But if the current student's design is already good enough, so AI cannot come up with any better ideas, or it only come up with some marginal improvement or insignificant improvements, then you know that students probably are already in a good condition. And that's what I call competitive performance metrics. We basically, calculate the distance between designs and use the distance as a score to score these students' performance. So that's and the reason I say, since Philips is here, we use also meta. I didn't insert this word after seeing your presentation. Okay. This slide has been done like 10 days ago. So we use meta-heuristic AI to implement this and these principles like evolutionary computation. And so, this can be done. This can be done without any teacher intervention. If I come up with a design, then I can always ask the system to say, okay, run the evolutionary computation and search if there's any better solution. How far am I from the optimal? Okay. And so you don't need to go to the teacher because even the teacher may not know what is the optimal solution. Well, and I'll get to that later by showing you a complex case where nobody knows all the solutions. It's impossible to. So the importance is that since we're using AI, it's scalable. You don't need you don't need the teachers to stop and explain to you how to improve a solution. And this can be done in real time. And it actually, as I say, okay, maybe there's an important thing here that you can see this loop. It's actually a mechanism, the design iteration loop, that involves students input into and integrate it with genetic algorithms or any other meta-heuristic. And there's an important factor here I'm going to talk about, which is a zone of proximal development. It's Vygotsky's theory of, that's the next slide. That's a key to implement personalized learning. Now I have to say why I brought up personalized learning. It's actually one of the 14 grand challenges for engineering in the 21st century, according to the U.S. National Academy of Engineering. I'm sorry, exactly 15 years ago. Basically, you see the National Academy of Engineering saying that this is a big problem we have to solve in this century. That means that it's probably difficult. Otherwise, they won't even bother. And the personalized learning is that everybody is different. You want to give them instruction that tailor-made to their needs, because you don't know who they are and you don't know what they want. And people learn differently, by the way. So the best way in education is to personalize instruction, not give everybody the same formula. Not everybody. It's almost like a personal medicine in a way, right? And we actually have a way to again. The mechanism is already supporting personalized learning, because students can have their initial design as the input, and that means that it's already personalized because people's initial design might be different. The other way that we control is that we try to we don't do just global optimization, because we use how do you call it? We use an algorithm that recognizes students' current state, and they only search the solution in the vicinity of the state. That we as educators, you all know that don't just tell them the answer immediately, right? You want to basically provide some scaffolding, and you want to guide them step by step. So if the best way is to let them discover their own learning and discover solve problems step by step, so they don't just immediately jump to the conclusion, and that way they can learn better. If the learning process can be scaffolded in an incremental way. The graph here shows you that if you have a problem that has multiple potentially multiple optima, in this case, let's say design a house that has a high that consume the least amount of energy. Well, in this case, actually, it should be okay. Let me just use another example. Let's say you want to design a solar farm that produces the maximum amount of energy, electricity, and you might have multiple solutions down the road. So if these are the case of two hypothetical cases of two students, student A and B, and one student's actually, if one student's initial design, is this a laser pointer? Okay, anyway, if one student's initial design on the left, when we actually can, in the next, we actually can set a parameter so that we can only search in the vicinity. So that means that for students A, I'm not going to give the answer of the second peak on the right. I'm going to give an answer of the closest peak. That, I don't know if I'm getting the idea across. That means that we are actually detecting in the solution space where is the closest optima to the student's current state, and it only guides students to that local optima, and then the other parameters we can control is the range. Either you can do a short range search or you can do a long range search. And actually, in that case, for people who are familiar with education literature, this is called zone of proximal development, meaning that you want to know the student's current state, so you always define a zone of, and then you always create instructions that facilitate the proximal development. That's what I'm not an educational researcher. But that's basically the idea. So we, in the case of Aladdin, actually use local search. Just almost like you're talking about yesterday. The robotic arm. You didn't just immediately go to that position. You actually go step by step, and then you guide the robotic arm to that right position. This is similar to that process. You guide students to the destination, but you only do local search. So you don't just use a global search. Then you might have you actually might create a surprise for students because they are supposed to change the parameter in this direction, and you are suddenly devote them to the other direction without any exploration. That probably is not going to be a good instruction. So the other way to use generative AI is for the teachers to generate the answer key. Suppose you have a highly open-ended problem. Many teachers are familiar with this concept or this notion. When you give them a problem and you try to have lay students solve a problem, they always ask me, "Can you give me the answer keys?" Yes, I can give you answer keys. It's a multiple choice question. I can easy, right? Or it's an SC question. I can give you a standard, response to that question. But what if it's a design problem? There's no standard solution. What kind of answer key I can give them? So this triggers us to think about if we use generative AI for teachers. By the way, the reason we say this is because teachers might have many different design problems, and they can create the design problems on their own. So we cannot just assume that we would create these answer keys beforehand. There's no way we know what kind of. Suppose they're going to design a house in this part of Europe, and then somebody is going to design a house in the United States, and the geometry and the climate is vastly different. There's no way you can have a solution that is applicable to both countries. So one possible solution is to give this power to the teachers so that they can run these. They use generative AI to generate different answer keys, all the possible answer keys, and then compare students' solutions to those answer keys to see how close they are. As a way to kind of solve a problem, what about the answer keys? So this is still ongoing. We are still developing this part of the capacity for the teachers. And basically, there are three problems that we have to solve. And anybody who is doing optimization will recognize the difficulty of this problem. The simplest problem is that it's only one single objective, and it's only one single solution. And that's easy, right? So people can easily identify the single solution. And there are design problems that requires multimodal optimization. That means that it's a single objective, but then you could have multiple solutions. And the third type is the so-called sometimes people call multi-objective optimization, MOOP. It's a problem that has multiple objectives, and they also have multiple solutions. In that case, we have to compute the Pareto front to get a solution. So once this is done, then we only recommend teachers to do this as a summative assessment. We don't do this because it's just too computational intensive to do as formative assessment. So once they give students design problem, they can generate this answer key using our system, and then they would only use these when the students finish their work and they submit the final solutions for comparison with these answer keys. Okay, I'm going to show you some of the results. How much time do I have? I don't have a 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Okay. I try to run this fast. We actually have done some pilot tests in schools, and this is actually, I'm going to show you quickly some of the results. I've been talking about all these theoretical possibilities without providing any empirical evidence of how does this work. Okay, so that is not going to convince you guys. And so we did is pilot test in two high schools in Midwest US. And basically they are challenged to do a sort of farm design. And we actually use all these different instruments like pre and post test, embedded assessment, and also the interview and some learning analytics. And this is one of the results. It actually shows how students' engineering design performance change in 3 steps. Post pre-AI intervention, and the orange part is the AI's improvement, and then the green part is how can students take over and keep on improving. So I'm not going to recite those details. I'm just going to jump to the conclusion quickly. And it seems the AI, in this particular case, the AI is most helpful to lower achievers. Just confirming what I say. I mean, if they're already good in solving these problems, the AI doesn't. They don't need any help, not even from teachers. But for people who are not good, they are typically called lower achievers. The intervention of AI is particularly useful because they can improve from. You can see statistically the more students among the lower achievers would have a higher improvement. And then these are some of the reflections we are taking out from the design journal or design reports. The first one is it shows the AI's effect basically trigger students to think about science, because they are surprised. By the way, the reason why this could be a good educational tool is that when sometimes students are surprised by the results of AI, they don't know, because they are thinking about going in that direction, and then the feedback from AI is pointing to the other direction, and then create how do you call it, a cognitive conflict. And that triggered them to think about, why is AI trying to push me to do that? And this is a particular student who actually wrote about why she was surprised, and that is some kind of reflection. And eventually trigger her to go back to the science, because when people are doing design, they are not thinking about science that much. And then the other opinion, these notes from the right actually shows students' opinions about AI. And one of the students, a lot of students are visual learners. They like visualization, and they think that AI is better than the teachers because AI is visual. My teacher cannot be visual. Obviously, teacher can show visualization. And there's also this quantitative. AI is always doing a lot of calculations. And when teachers give an assessment, there's no visible evidence of calculation. So I probably should stop here, because these are the future thing, and since we don't have time now, so I probably should stop here. And okay, thank you for your time. And the business usually is that we have to acknowledge our funders, which is in this case is National Science Foundation. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Okay, do we have any questions from on-site participants? Okay.
I would like to ask about AI. How are you using it? You mentioned about feedback based on artificial intelligence technologies. So are you using some data for personalizing and personalized reflection or feedback for participants of Aladdin system? Thank you.
Well, in this case, I say one of the feedback we have is already students' initial design. They initially, for people who knows evolutionary computation, you always have to create a population, right? In the case of genetic algorithm, if you insert the student's current design into that population, you already are giving AI the data from that student. In this case, you're giving the artifacts from the students, and then you incorporate that solution as one of the individuals and so, which is why I say, if the design is already good, then if you include a good design into the first generations of that evolution, the evolution is not going to give you a better solution because you already insert optimal into the solution, right? But if that student's initial design is far away from the base solution, right, then it's going to, most likely the evolutionary computation is going to find you a better solution. So the distance between the initial design given by the students and the final design given by AI is the distance, that is the metrics we can use to gauge their performance. And I know what you're, we're trying to do other type of data from students, like data log, right? Event log. We can do some process mining, but based on my experience, that is much harder to do.
Okay, thank you. More questions? Okay.
Thank you. So, as we all know that AI is creative as much as it is trained on, right? So within those boundaries, the AI model is trained on. But the progress is every day. So how often do you need to renew the model? Because there can be some very innovative ideas already, for example, on the internet, but not yet in the system. And some students that are thinking out of the box could be drawn towards what AI is trained on, but not to think a bit differently. So how often this system must be updated?
That's a good question. Yes, the system has, this type of AI is different from machine learning. I typically just make a distinction between machine learning and evolutionary computation. This type of AI is actually don't use any data don't collect any data or use any data from real life. Basically, it's once you design a problem, and the boundary is actually the computational machinery. That means that when we add new features to the system, we usually improve we add new components or add new analytical power to the system so you can simulate. For example, we can simulate the wind power, or we can simulate the geothermal, and those we can continue to add. But in terms of as you say, like everyday knowledge or ever-changing knowledge, since we don't use those, we are not subject to that. So I don't know I answer your question or not. This is actually a mathematical optimization problem. It's not based on machine learning.
Thank you. More questions? Okay, I have one question. So if I understood correctly from your presentation and from information provided in the web page, so this Aladdin's project, let's say solution, it's fully completed already, yeah? Or it is under kind of improvement and you are working only on kind of additional, nice to have features or something, but it is completed.
No, it's never, it's like, you ask me this question, it's almost like asking Microsoft this question, is Windows a complete project? I don't think so. You're going to have a Windows 12, Windows 19, right? So it's as long as we exist, right? We are still alive, it's going to keep going.
Okay, so next question related. So, what is, in general, do you have any statistic about the, let's say, Aladdin-based projects implemented into the practice, into the real world? And what is the gap between the calculations in this model and the, let's say, implemented projects in the real life? What is the confidence percentage gap? Do you know such kind of statistics?
Yeah, we do. There are two papers published in Solar Energy, which is the official journal of the International Society of Solar Energy, at the highest. Right? They did a validation. They basically compare our software with other softwares, predicted results. And as I say, the difference is usually within 10%. Sometimes within 5%.
5%?
Yeah, 5%. Oh. So if you have a commercial product, right? If you have a commercial product and let's say it was like $2,000 per license, and they'll give you a result. And our system produces the result is within 5% of the difference, or 10%.
Okay, so it's good.
It's good enough.
It's not bad.
It's good enough for education. And maybe sometimes we are even better because you don't know which way it goes. They might be incorrect, It's,
Okay, so this artificial intelligence module, in general, it works.
well, which is why I say you need to have a simulation engine that is accurate enough. That means that it can detect the difference between if the students design something in Australia, you should be able to tell that design if it's teleport to Europe, right?
Okay.
And so we have that kind of
Okay.
capacity.
It's clear. Thank you. More questions? Okay, so thank you very much for presentation.
Thank you.
Language Technologies and Smart E-Learning Application session. So I would like to invite the first speaker, Vytautas Rudžionis, Egidija Ramanauskaitė, Aušra Kairytė Užupė, and their research, Sentiment Analysis of Lithuanian Youth Subcultures, Science using Automatic Machine Translation. Please, and I would like you to keep the time frame of 15 minutes, please. Thank you.
Okay, hello everybody, my name is Vytautas Rudžionis, and today topic of my presentation is, as just has been introduced, Sentiment Analysis of Lithuanian Youth Subculture Science. This is the result or the outcome, side outcome, I can say, of one research project carried out together with my colleagues from other areas, from ethnologists areas, and project has been supported by the Research Council of Lithuania. So what is sentiment analysis? Likely many of you already know this, but sentiment analysis, or sometimes called opinion mining, is in principle a set of IT techniques, information computer science-based techniques, which are used to determine whether some data is positive, negative, or neutral, or has some other sentiments inside. Very frequently, that's not necessary, but very frequently, and that is true for our case as well, that sentiment analysis is often performed on textual data, on text data. There are different types of sentiment analysis. Sometimes this analysis focuses on the polarity of the text, so if the text is positive, negative, neutral. Still, it can also go beyond the polarity to detect specific feelings and emotions, angriness, happiness, joy, sadness, etc., urgency, and even intentions, interested in someone or not interested in this. So why sentiment analysis? Typically, in absolute majority, likely the cases, sentiment analysis is performed and is driven by the businesses, by some business applications, because they want to know customers' feelings, customers' emotions about someone. So typically this is done collecting large amounts of unstructured data from various sources, tracking real-time customer feedback, etc., etc., and providing this feedback on some ways to improve product, services, and customer experience. This is very typical application, very typical goal of sentiment analysis. But that not always, or to say maybe better, sentiment analysis not always performed only according to business requirements. In our case, it is important part to help people to carry out research, some specific research in other areas, to find insights into the dominant emotions in some groups of people, So the primary goal of the project that we carried out was to create archive of, I don't know for this audience if is this known the term science. Science is self-publishing, not newspapers, but newsletters or something like that, we can say, of different representatives of youth subcultures. Youth subculture is usually defined as youth-based subculture with distinct styles, behaviors, and interests. All of us know several such subcultures. They have own identities. They want to stress these identities. They want to show them, such as family, for example, work, home, and school special identities. In each generation, some number of people usually are engaged in various subcultures according to their preferences. And one of those ways to express their identities is publishing some type of periodicals, so-called zines. So the archive created was a huge collection of those zines published mainly between 1987 and 2005, mainly, not completely, but the largest amount of the data was from this period. And under the project from the Research Council of Lithuania has been created archive containing such signs. They are available at this web address. You can connect if you are interested in it to see those periodical, those signs. Primary users of this archive are, I would like to say, two groups of people. One, of course, group of people, let's call them interested connoisseurs, someone that has specific interest in this group, but also researchers. Researchers, not maybe mainly the computer scientists, of course, but ethnologists, anthropologists, psychologists, people who are trying to investigate what's going on in those groups. Here is the first page of this archive. You can go down. There are a lot of signs. And what was particularly difficult thing? And what influenced our results as well? Let's look how those signs could look like. They are prepared in a very untypical way. This is a very easy example. But even this very easy example, you see, it's not so easy. But here is another example of such periodical, which is absolutely difficult to process automatically. You can feel. My surprise was, for example, that it was very difficult to find almost impossible, not simply difficult, but was impossible to find optical character recognition tool which allows us to read not in normal order, but in any order that could be told the software to do this. So the information related to your subcultures makes interest for researchers from various areas, as just told before, and traditional analysis is usually done manually and is very time-consuming process, you know. They need to read, they need to analyze the text. So this is true for the analysis of sentiments too, but in principle what we know today that modern natural language processing technologies can help to provide such studies, at least serve for them as a supportive tool. And all NLP methods for sentiment analysis require text corpora or special vocabularies, not necessarily text corpora, as usually it's called text corpora, but some sort of vocabularies which describes emotional, sentimental meanings of different words, different texts, etc. They usually contain such corpora usually contains human knowledge about the word's relations with sentiments. And in principle, there are a lot of such tools and a lot of such vocabularies for widely spoken languages. But Lithuanian language lacks of such resources. And do not having a lot, if we are talk about specific corpora related with your subcultures, definitely there are no such sentiment vocabulary. And many tools that could be used simply can't be applied, can't be used because these tools are not supporting Lithuanian language and text. So the idea to test for this study was that in principle, because modern automatic machine translation technologies made huge progress, was the idea to translate the text from Lithuanian to another language using automatic machine translation-based tools and try to use foreign language corpora for sentiment analysis. Then, the language which these tools are able to maintain to support. And the primary goal of the study was aimed at the evaluation of feasibility of such approach. And we selected several texts written by representatives of different Yov subcultures from this archive. Of course, we try to collect better quality text. You see, the chosen text had more than 100,000 words and more than 600 sentiment labels. Sentiment label, one of the main criteria for text selection was the quality of the language used by the author and the quality of scanning and optical character recognition. two automatic machine translation tools, Google Translate and DeepL, were applied. And to check the accuracy of automatic analysis method, we asked a group of students to mark sentiments in the text. Each text was marked by 3 different students independently, and as correct has been accepted sentiment which was assigned by at least 2 students, because not always all 3 students made exactly the same labels, provide the same labels, so if at least 2 of them, this was treated as a correct. Students weren't professionals in the area of psychology, so this we need to have in mind. In fact, they were computer science students. And only 2 sentiments, negative and positive, were used. For the automatic sentiment analysis tools, we use so-called Sujet package. Sujet package is one of the parts developed by Stanford NLP group as a part of the core NLP set of algorithms developed at Stanford, based on the formal grammar theory of Russian linguist Shklovsky. Theory itself was developed in 1925, so nearly 100 years ago. But and for the languages, for the evaluation of languages, English, Spanish, and Russian languages were selected for this issue. Reason was also because only 8 languages Sujet supports. So these were the 3 languages we selected among them. And this means that text in Lithuanian have been translated. And first, the evaluation accuracy of automatic analysis and manual comparison with the manual labels looks as follows. For example, one of the obvious observations is that DeepL allowed for us to provide significantly higher accuracy level. You see, which was about 80, plus minus 80%. So in principle, I treat this not bad result. Later, we tried to evaluate how accurate a recognition of positive and negative sentiments using only DeepL, and there were no big differences in this case. Both negative and both positive sentiments are recognized with approximately the same accuracy when we are comparing this recognition with human provided labels. So, conclusions that in principle it seems that if you have good enough text and using automatic machine translation tools, we have the possibility to use sentiment analysis tools even for the languages of sparse sentiment corporal resources. And then, of course, they can't fully can be used in fully automatic mode, but they can serve as a supportive tool for ethnologists, for example, to help them to provide their own studies. Thank you. I try to be.
So do we have questions?
Yeah.
A question, very interesting research, and I would like to know how you know the exact sentiment of the sentence, because the students say only 83 and the machine something like that, and what is...
This 83 means that in 83% of cases it was correspondence between students labeling and machine labeling. That in about 80% of cases, we found that automatically detected sentiments are the same as the humans.
So human didn't do the mistakes?
It is not clear how many, because the same text has been labeled by 3 students,
yeah.
And if 2 students marked the same sentiment, we treat it as the sentiment is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Please.
Thank you. I would like to give you a question. I understand that there are many challenges when you need to search such a science online. However, please, can you tell us what kind of methodology and maybe tools you used for searching online? This is the first my question. And the second question is maybe just suggestion, not only question. There are several tools that can recognize also pictures. There are such like Balsamiq or Wizard, wireframe-based AI tools. So have you tried these tools or not to find out these designs online?
Thank
you.
We thought about doing this, but to say the truth, we were not able to do this in time. So for a moment we skipped this thing, but I hope that in the future we'll return back. And for the search of them, likely and unfortunately, we did a lot of manual search because we try to find as of high quality tools as text as possible. Yes, there are not all text of exactly the same quality because of this. And
one more, can I? One more.
yeah.
And what is the format? What is important to find the format? Is it PDF?
PDF. We scanned and stored in the PDF format. And also we are preparing corresponding files in TXT files, removing all the graphical materials. So only TXT files, because TXT files are primarily aimed for the use of the researchers. They are using only TXT data.
Thank you. We have more.
Very interesting research. I have a question, like if in the text you have some specific language forms like metaphors, like for example if I tell you, I kill you, sometimes I don't really mean it.
Yes, not always likely, because it also, for this moment, we simply try to compare how automatic method is close to human labels, simply. Mm-hmm. We not write.
But I mean, humans are able to distinguish metaphors.
Humans not always. There
not
are a lot.
always.
For example, I perfectly remember when I first time accidentally took the first sign, and I was so happy that I likely will always remember this. It was interview that done many years ago of representatives of hard rock, group of hard rockers, and correspondent interviewer asked, "You just returned back from the festival. What your opinion about the festival?" And the answer was, 4 days we drank alcohol. Knowing hard rockers, I believe that this means that they were very happy. But any automatic technique likely will not be able to detect this, that they were really very happy, that this positive sentiment.
But, I mean, there are speculations like to actually distinguish machines from humans. This could be a way. Like,
yes, yeah. This very complicated issues. So yeah, very interesting, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have more questions? So one more, and then we have to finish. Please. Interesting topic.
Thank you very much. Nearly the same comment. Sentiment, in my opinion, is strongly influenced by sarcasm and irony, and I'm really surprised that your method is so strong in that, because I believe that irony is lost in translation. So, do you have any experience with irony, especially?
Irony, likely because relatively few examples of irony were present. As I manually read those texts, there were a small amount of irony inside. Because, yes, you are correct, likely that irony will be lost. And we will lose this. But in those particular texts that we used, there were more negative mood, more sadness in those texts rather than irony. So.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we don't have more time. Thank you very much. This is the certificate for you. And then we invite the next speaker. So the topic is chatbot scenarios for education, and there are a lot of authors, but Daina Gudonin is going to present all of them. So please start. We are looking forward.
Thank you very much. So I will try to present several ideas of the project we are working right now. And of course, we all understand that chatbots are coming to education. And this technology can help a lot for teachers in supporting process and assuring better quality in education. So my presentation is related with three issues. It's opportunities and advantages of artificial intelligence in education. Of course, I will speak a little bit about the technologies, how we selected what kind of technologies for implementing our chatbot scenarios, and of course, educational influence. So that's support by using chatbots. So what are the educational chatbots? Because you know that we have a lot of chatbots, not only in education, in different other areas. However, our teachers are expecting a lot to get professional chatbots for their practices, because you know that hybrid learning came to education, and a teacher at the same in real time. It must be in two persons at the same time. So he must contribute outside the class and also in the class at the same time. So we are expecting very much that chatbots will help for teachers in that way. So educational chatbots are digital tools designed to assist learners in different educational settings. So the aim of the paper, which we developed in a big group of international experts, so the aim of this paper was to present 4 distinct chatbot scenarios designed in the frames of challenge-based learning in AI-enhanced digital transformation curricula program, which project was coordinated by our faculty, by Professor Rita Butkiene, who is right here, and she will answer to any questions after my presentation as well. So looking to the AI technologies, of course, we are focusing a lot on different cloud computing technologies, robotics, robotics especially with different Internet of Things possibilities for kids, chatbots, deep learning, machine learning, big data, and many other technologies for education. However, my presentation, it is more related to chatbots today. So, so there are many different possibilities in education. The first, many challenges and opportunities are related with artificial intelligence technologies. So first one, which I should mention, there are different organization information related more or less with administrative issues, where we can develop a chatbot by providing different information related with institutional issues. The next one is very important, is a personalized learning approach, where our chatbots also can be very much focused on individual use. Also, it is better for students with special needs as well, because we know that we still have many kids or students with special needs. Also, chatbots can also contribute to this issue as well. And also, there are many challenges for intelligent tutoring systems, and also facilitation by examples, intelligent moderation. I will mention some scenarios later in my presentation, and also virtual reality learning as well. We already have some practices by integrating chatbots into virtual reality learning objects, by also using it like assessment tools, and also by giving a feedback on the content, on the learning material we are providing in different virtual reality learning objects. The other thing what is also very important that the chatbots we can use in real time for different problem solvings, and of course they should be provided not by ChatGPT but very much focused on the content and the environment students and learners are learning in. And of course, for improving course quality, we can use also chatbots for the feedback of learners, how to get it, and how we can focus on the improvement for the next periods of the delivery of the module. So there are many opportunities how we can use, and our focus in different projects was very different. So this is a project I mentioned already in the introduction. So we are focusing a lot on 4 scenarios, how we are planning to give a support based on institutional approach, administrative approach. The next one is when we are organizing a scenario and feedback on study program level. The next one is on learning object, and the 4th is on assessment based on chatbots implementation as well. Another one project, which one is very interesting and also very important for higher education, we are partners here. The project is very much related with hybrid learning. So as I mentioned before, it is very important for teachers to get an opportunity to give a feedback for several groups of learners at the same time in real time. So there are also developed different templates of chatbots which you can download, and you can just continue working on this chatbot. Of course, there is a specific tool, which one is sorry, I moved a little bit too far. Which one was very important for us to, it is commercial, however, this is not very expensive. It is German company produced tool, Melibo, and we are using it. We have a license in our university, we bought it, and now we are using it to develop different opportunities of chatbots for education. So there is video, I hope you will see it. And you see there are different types of chatbots for different purposes. So my chatbot was related with literature review, how to support learners on literature review implementation into practice. So there is a chatbot where you can just ask about different styles, about possibilities, and the chatbot will answer already professionally how they can get, how they can produce, for example, literature list in different styles and so on. So, of course, hybrid learning was already mentioned. It is very important also to analyze these opportunities in different fields of education. So now we gave for production a book already on hybrid learning practices. And hopefully next time I will have an opportunity to show this book, and you will be able to see how many professionals in different countries, in Spain, in Poland, in Lithuania, and Germany, they are using different practices of hybrid learning. So this really very nice opportunities to read it. And then we are also producing the methodology, which is recommended also by the researchers of different countries. And here, one of the participants is our Kaunas Regional Education Center. They are also contributing a lot because they are mainly focused on the learners, on pupils who are direct users of these opportunities. So as mentioned before, we are developing 4 scenarios. They are just what you saw in the video, just was testing versions. The drafts what we are presenting for dissemination. However, we are just working a lot on the questions databases, because you know that the scenarios would be successfully and effectively implemented. We need to have a big databases of the question that chatbot could professionally contribute to learners. So the 4 scenarios I mentioned, it's a study program, module, a lesson, and library issue scenarios as well. So that's all my presentation, just to draw some attention that according to conclusions, we can focus a great personalized learning plans for each student. And of course, we can generate different possibilities for teachers, helping to support teaching and studies management process as well, not only studies. And of course, we should pay a big attention not only on technologies, on effective implementation, but also we should focus a lot on security and effectively of these technologies in education, because you know that sometimes we have very interesting questions for discussions. What is that? Yoneliba developed chatbots or ChatGPT. So I will also can ask for you question this one. Okay, thank you. That's all my presentation.
Okay, so do we have questions? Okay, then I will ask. Since you are speaking about so many languages, so Lithuanian, Polish, Spanish, German, right? Are you going to create monolingual chatbots for each of these languages? Why I'm asking about that? Because as I guess there are even different educational systems, and some maybe questions are even not relevant for some languages. How difficult this process is? Please provide some details.
Yes, it is. Thank you for the question. It's really a challenge. However, as I mentioned before, we are developing now scenarios which one teachers can download to their own computers, and they then can improve and they can work a lot on their own scenarios by improving this. It is open, it is fully developed in the project, so everyone can feel free to take and to continue using it. However, Melibo tool assured for us a multilingual environment, so we are working in this tool with national language already for that. But of course, to have a translation of these already developed chatbots, it is an opportunity to use another languages. However, it is automatically translated, and it depends, for example, on your research, and the quality. It also depends on different opportunities of translation. Yeah.
That's interesting. And how about the answers? Are they generated or are they prompted? Is it kind of the classification problem or generative problem?
Yes, still probably I could answer better for you, and we will have already evaluation processes of these already developed scenarios. However, we are focusing a lot on individual answers. As I mentioned, we are improving all time these databases of questions, triggers, and many other things that can influence the quality of answers. So the basis is increasing a lot, and we are trying to make it mostly effective as possible.
I see. Thank you very much. Are you sure you don't want to ask questions? Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, right now we will have the third presentation. So, understanding user perspectives on an educational game for civic and social inclusion. And do we have Edgaras Dambrauskas? Oh, Dina, oh, so nice to have you again. So please.
I am sorry, because this is also a project research and the game. So the consortium decided that I will make a presentation.
Nice.
So I will try very shortly to present another very nice opportunity. We worked here. So you see that's a very big team here. So the presentation is about the game, educational game for civic and social inclusion. And my presentation title is Understanding User Perspective on an Educational Game for Civic and Social Inclusion. So you see a big team, also the team of consortium, and we really worked very hard because project is very big. And we developed not only different scenarios for this 6-level game, but also we worked a lot to make the game more effective as possible for educational purposes. So the outline of this presentation is a short introduction, results and discussion, and conclusions and recommendations. So talking about the nowadays learners, we have an opportunity to gain deeper skills by playing games in educational processes. And this can help for us a lot because there are many research focusing on effectiveness of gamification on games and other things related with visualization. So this is important to say that this is a very effective game. We got a very positive results, and we are very happy it was evaluated in the best way. And of course, gamification of the educational process has multiple users, as it's commonly applied to improve achievement at schools, but it can also be used with teaching methodologies such as project-based learning or online learning environments. So this is a compilation of these technologies as well. So there are several, of course, pedagogical aspects. Not only technologies usually makes the impacts on quality of the games, educational games. So the technological aspect is not only one when we speak about the game. And the pedagogical implementation is also very important by possibly choosing a useful taxonomy for the assessment, assurance, in the online game. So you see some example of the game mechanics, and of course the game was integrated already in the system, and I will show you a link. You will be able to go to the game and to play. The game is intended for use because it is very much related with social and civic inclusion, so that's important for not for school children, but for youth. The specification and the guidelines for audiovisual content also was divided into several parts. So we have also audio related guidelines with music, different sound effects to make it more effectively, and different dialogues as well. So also video related guidelines with different models and graphics as well. General technical guidelines for game creation, so different environments are designed. However, the game is produced on 2D technology. So the next, what was very important, I'm not sure if you see it well, there are several levels, 6 levels, what are like separate games where you can get one level, then you can go through another levels as well. And the game is quite difficult if you will go level by level. It is really difficult sometimes to contribute. So also in the feedback we got that some questions are not very easy to understand, and after that we had to implement more explanations about some questions and to integrate into the game. Also already I mentioned audio solutions. There are many effects, sounds, even when the avatar is walking in the game. It's very interesting to check, and different effects in the game also showing by possible opportunities to choose one or another example and answer to the question. So I already mentioned that it was a big discussion between what to choose is better for the game, 2 or 3-dimensional graphics. However, we decided that will be easy for the players, for their learners, to use 2D game and to follow the questions and answers in this dimension. Also, what is important when we usually have evaluation of the game, so usually it's important, is a game going according to the goals of the learning, what are we expecting learners' results, outcomes of the learning. So the game, as I said, it is totally educational game, and this is very important to focus on the learning outcomes. And also feedback. Feedback is already integrated into the game, and as I already mentioned, we have some questions and also the answers explained at the same time by going to from one question to another one. And also, since being under the control, we need to click on the each question. We can't skip any one of it, so sometimes it's a little bit to go step by step to the levels, and that was finally improved. And also knowledge is important. Knowledge which was also evaluated in the process, what was gained, and of course immersion and open-ended information as well. So also the learning material is important, and we also have a lot of text and explanations in the game, and of course self-assured engaged game is developed, and we are also we are providing different information in different languages. You see how many languages we have in the game, so all the partners worked a lot to do that, and our Polish partners developed the game with 2D dimension, and we have it already in the virtual learning environment. So what is important when we start to design a game? So of course, team competences, it's important if we are choosing what kind of dimension we can use in the game. Also, it is important to choose some game development pipelines as well, and of course animation. And in our case, we have 2D dimension animation, which is used in the project. And also that affects volume, some sounds when you can make the game more effective. And of course, there are some technical limitations. And the game performance, there are game performance requirements which we also developed, and scenarios which we developed. And that is what I wanted to present to you. And this is a link of the game. You are always very welcome to go to see and to play it. Thank you for attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So, do we have questions?
I have one small question, maybe. Do you have an experience if the area of application, the type of the game has a significant impact, or more or less they're similar, following similar patterns?
Probably it should have. However, it very much depends on the practical implementation, as I mentioned, on different sound effects, on the avatar. Is it attractive? Is it interesting? How you can manage the environment, how you can move between some objects and so on. That is very important. That gives equality and effectiveness on the learning process. And it doesn't matter what kind of game it is. Usually it is very important that it will be easy from the user perspective. That could be easy to go in the game, to move, and because I have another experience with 3D game, why sometimes I say that we should very much analyze what are the end users, because 3D is not very good sometimes for kids of the younger generation who just starting to use the games in education. That could be a totally different effect on the quality and the possibilities of the learners. So that's, thank you.
Okay, so my question then. So, of course, the goal is very nice for young people to learn something. But from my experience, I know that they are using ChatGPT a lot. So how do you know they are not cheating when answering your questions? And do they really learn from it? Or the questions are formulated in the way that they have to think?
We are not cheating in this way. If your question is related with the
Young
game.
people are cheating when answering.
Young people also, I don't think it is useful to check the answers in ChatGPT because the answers are also provided in the game. You just need to find the answers inside the game and to choose the correct answer here. So that's probably it's not challenge for GPT.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
So if we don't have questions, then thank you. Let's applaud once again. And right now we have 2 more presentations, but they both will be online. And then I would like to invite David Peral Garcia, who is going to present the work with Juan Cruz Benito and Francisco Jose Garcia Penalvo, and their work is using quantum natural language processing for sentiment classification and next word prediction in sentences without fixed syntactic structure. So please.
Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. Please.
And with the mentoring of Francisco Jose Garcia Peñalvo and Juan Cruz Benito, I'm going to present using quantum natural language processing for sentiment classification and next word prediction in sentences without a fixed syntactic structure. Well, first, I am presenting a quantum computing introduction, and after that, I am giving a little explanation about quantum natural language processing, and finally 2 proofs of concept and the conclusion and future lines. Okay. Well, to achieve faster computational speed than classical computing, quantum computing is rapidly evolving to become one of the most popular areas in computer engineering. The advent of noise intermediate scale quantum devices, or NIST devices, what it is called, has made it possible to perform this type of works in quantum computers in areas like chemistry, finance, or for example, machine learning. Companies like IBM, Google, or Yeti are developing quantum hardware with different approaches, as we can see in the image. For example, like superconductors, trap ions, or neutron atoms, or diamond envy centers. Okay, each implementation has advantages and disadvantages. For example, the different decoherence time or the gate fidelity in the quantum circuits. At the same time, also these companies and the open source community are developing software libraries, for example, like Qiskit, QSharp, Circu, or PennyLane. Okay. The bracket notation is used to represent the quantum states. For example, the state 0, the qubit 0, which will be equivalent to the classical bit 0, represent the matrix 1, 0, and the state 1 represent the matrix 0, 1. Here we have some transformations between the qubits and the gates applied. We have, for example, the X, Y, or Z gate and the H gate or Hadamard gate. We can see that if we apply an X gate to the qubit 0, it transforms to the qubit 1. Well, quantum natural language processing is a relatively new area of research which uses NLP models together with certain quantum phenomena such as superposition or entanglement or interference to perform language-related tasks on quantum hardware. Bo Koek is one of the main authors of QNLP, who established the conceptual and mathematical foundations in this area. as well as the creation of different code libraries. For example, DiscoPy provides the code tools to define an intuitive syntax for string diagrams and monoidal functors. DiscoCir is a library that establishes the interactions between the sentences in text to obtain the meaning of the whole text. We can use DiscoPy to small sentences, to a small text, and DiscoCir to large text. Okay. Finally, LambEC facilitates the syntactic analysis, rewriting, and simplification of string diagrams, as well as the conversion of them into quantum circuits or ansatz. And this is the flow, for example, we can use to convert a sentence into a string diagram, next into an ansatz, and finally we can embed it into a classification model or a prediction model. I'm going to explain right now two different proofs of concept. We are going to start with the classification one. And this is a first approach to practical QNLP, which use algorithms that are already defined and tested, but with different datasets. Here, we use the sentence structure, noun plus verb plus positive or negative adjective. And for example, Laura is happy. And we try to classify the sentence into positive or negative sentiment. In the first image, we can see the quantum circuit or ansatz, which is obtained using the instantaneous quantum polynomial ansatz. There are other type of ansatz we can apply, for example, the CM14 or the strongly ansatz, but we use this one because it's the with the best performance in this case. And once this is done, when the circuit is defined, we can embed it into a model. And if we train the model, after that, we obtain a 90%, 96% of accuracy in the validation test. Okay. Another proof of concept we made is on word prediction area. Here we use the simple sentence, John drinks lemonade, and try to predict which is the verb. We can predict any type of word of the sentence, but here we will focus on the verb. First, the input sentences are taken from the dataset. Then they are converted into a string diagram, as we can see here. And after that, we convert it into normal form to simplify the diagram and to simplify the model after that. And once it's done, the diagram is embedded into the model. And this model is training using quantum simulation using the library ICIST. And when the model is trained, we can predict that the drink verb with a 95% of accuracy. Well, through these small proof of concepts, we are optimistic to say that when quantum devices are fully developed and released, and their size and quality are improved, significant results can be obtained with non-prototypical examples, with non-prototypical datasets. For future lines of work, it is proposed to apply circuit cutting techniques to reduce the number of qubits required and to handle this hardware limitation, and also to apply this model to whole text instead only of sentences. For example, using the previous mentioned library DiscoCir, which is not nowadays applied to the LambEC library, but it is going to be in the future. Well, thank you so much for your attention.
So do we have questions? Okay, so then I have questions. So in the title you say that you are analyzing sentences without a fixed syntax structure. Am I correct that you also perform the experiments not only for the English language but for other languages, or Or please clarify, what do you mean with without fixed syntactic structure?
Because here, for example, you can see the connection between the words needs a syntactic structure, but we perform a classical model previous to detect this type of relationships, to assign, for example, that John is a name and drink is a verb, and this type of syntactic structure. But it is not predefined previously. We have to detect, because for this type of models, for Lambeck library, we need the syntactic structure.
Has nothing to do with the word order, as I understand right now. Okay, one more thing. So you presented very high accuracy for the sentiment analysis. So it was something like 96% of the accuracy. Then my question is, it's difficult to interpret the result because we don't know what the data set you had. So how much it is, for example, balance or imbalance? Can you provide some statistics on that for us to understand?
Well, we use a 50% balance between two types of sentiments, but in this case that quantum hardware is not fully developed, we don't have so many qubits to perform the operations. We train with a 300 sentence dataset, which is small. We try to improve after that with 600 and 1000, and it performs well. It performs with the accuracy you can see, but we cannot expand the number of the dataset rows because we have great limitations right now in quantum hardware. Okay, so we cannot test, as I said in the future lines. We are trying to apply circuit computing techniques to handle this number of qubits limitation we have. Okay, so this I tried with prototypical examples. Right now is the time to try to perform with non-prototypical ones and to expand the data set to a reasonable size and to a real world size. Okay.
That's clear. Thank you. And one more thing. So have you tested how this result compares with other approaches and with not with quantum computing?
Yeah, in the majority of the cases, right now, classical computing performs a better result than quantum computing, but there are some cases, for example, in the name entity recognition task, that quantum computing, at least in the non-prototypical datasets, performs the same or better accuracy in some cases. There are specific cases, but in the niche era, which are right now with actual quantum devices, and this type of models also can achieve better accuracy in some cases, not in other ones, but in some ones.
Okay, thank you. So we can be calm by using classical computers for now then, right? Thank you. Maybe we have more questions. So if we not, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you. Let's applaud. Thank you. And we have one more presentation by Marika Parviainen, and her presentation is Villa Learning Analytics, a new way to teach computational thinking. We also have the online presentation. Please, we see you.
Thank you.
Please share your screen. Yes, we can see your screen as well.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes. So, hello everybody. It's great to be here. And my name is Marika Parviainen, and I come from Turku Research Institute for Learning Analytics. But actually, I'm representing a bigger group here. Our Turku team is a part of a bigger multinational team who are developing new insights into how to learn and how to teach computational thinking. We are really lucky to have several interlocking projects where we together take a fresh look into computational thinking and its role in informatics and mathematics. Maybe if I have time, I could use a couple of minutes to explain our project history. Computational thinking, you maybe all know, it's a concept that seems to have different specifications depending on the context. In Turku, we are especially interested in the problem-solving aspect of computational thinking. Why we felt that computational thinking is more focusing is that in Finland, we have a challenge in our national curriculum. Computational thinking comes mainly as programming, and it's very tightly embedded into mathematics curriculum. So teachers struggle to find ways how to combine mathematics and computational thinking in a productive way. We knew that Lithuania has long traditions in informatics education, and eventually discussions with Vilnius University team led to a novel idea. I'm not sure if it was Professor Valentino Dagiene from Vilnius or Professor Mikko Jussi Laakso from Turku, but we decided to combine our strengths and to make something even bigger. So in Turku, Trila has been developing a curriculum solution combined with a pedagogical approach. We call this in Finnish as learning paths, but maybe in English, curriculum with materials would be words that best describe the concept. This concept is proven effective way to enhance learning. We offer these curriculums in mathematics and also in other subjects for all school grades from primary school to high school and even to university. This learning platform is called Ville. And this curriculum solution is courses which offer a wide variety of tasks. And tasks for the students and extensive learning analytics for the teacher. And in addition to this built-in learning analytics, we also have experience in validated assessment instruments. And in these CT projects that I'm describing, we lead the development of a CT assessment instrument as well. So it will support our research in computational thinking. And I'm sure you're all familiar with Peppers Challenge. So it's a truly multinational community with experts from about 80 countries, and they join together and create an annual challenge for students. And for us, it's very interesting to analyze experts' ideas and to see how they are able to create tasks which introduce even the newest concepts to students in a very motivating way. So as you can see, here are two very different Peppers tasks on the presentation attached. So taking these two approaches, we decided to give a new twist in computational thinking education. In the first phase, we are creating computational thinking curriculum with 4 lessons for all grades from 1 to 9. There will be 4 lessons, and they will all contain about 25 automatically assessed tasks. And we analyzed the material and we came up with the areas of data and information, problem solving, algorithm programming, communication, and security. And this is supported from programming lessons with Xlogo Online. So as you can see, there will be a wide variety of different concepts that are covered and different tasks that will be created. And as I mentioned, that we have several projects that are interlocking. So maybe in this mess of arrows, you maybe can see all things that we are doing. So we are joining Bevera's Challenge and Ville learning paths to create computational thinking learning paths. And the two main projects that we are working at the moment are the NodePlus project for creating computational learning paths with Bevera's-like tasks, and CT and Matable project, where computational thinking and algebraic thinking are studied, and an assessment instrument is created. Learning paths or learning trajectories are analyzed and created, and a repository of interactive tasks is also created. So we rely on Bevera's Lodge, which is part of the Bevera's community, to help us with interactive tasks. And it's also part of this computational thinking and Matable project to create this repository of interactive tasks. And as you can see, also XLogo is part of our project network or collaboration network. At this point, I would like to thank to everyone who has been involved in these projects, and it's really a huge pleasure to work with this group of people who are so enthusiastic and skillful. So it's really a personal joy for me to be in this project. And we are, of course, only starting our work. Lots of things will happen in the future. And the first version of the learning paths is released, fully translated from English to project languages by the end of this year. So we will have a first version of the curriculum in Lithuanian available for interested teachers to pilot in Ville. So eventually all the learning paths will be available also in the Ville sister system, Eduten. And there are quite exciting features that we can offer. The didactic material and lesson plans will be directly available from the learning platform, as well as from a website. And a sizable proportion of the tasks will be interactive. And of course, in addition to the analytics features from the learning platform, we will also give the validated assessment instrument that's created in one of the projects. And here are a couple of examples of the computational thinking tasks that we are offering. So for example, here we look at a Venn diagram. And of course, it doesn't make much sense to look at individual tasks because it's a collection that gives the student the extra motivation. They have several tasks they can choose from, and in one task there are several built-in variations inside the tasks. So if you are doing the same task as your friend, you have different questions still. Questions will be equally different and equally cover the same topic, but they will be slightly different. So it's still motivating. You cannot copy your answers from your friend. Another example, a decision tree shown in a fun way for primary school age kids. Okay, so if you have any questions, I can answer now, or you can also send me email, barb@utu.fi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you. Thank you for sharing the insights and also plans about your project. So we all in Lithuania know that Finland has the best education system, so we are very much looking forward for these changes here in Lithuania. I would like to ask, so how different the children are in different countries? Can you adjust the general educational system and create something for all of us? Or there has to be some, I don't know, adjustments to different countries and to different educational systems, and maybe ages as well, what our children know?
That's an interesting question. In the City and Matable project, we have done a curriculum analysis from 6 different European countries, and it's true that there are some differences. It's some very profound ones. For example, in some countries, informatics on some grades is a separate subject, and whereas in some countries, not at all. So one would expect that maybe some countries are a bit more advanced in what the kids learn. But also in some countries, for example, in Finland, teachers are expected to include informatics topics in other subjects. So it's different and difficult also for teachers. And but I think there are also lots of things that are common for kids in all countries. They need to be motivated, and they enjoy interactive tasks. And yeah, also one solution I think in Ville, because also within countries there are wide varieties in different classes, and also teachers have different approaches how they want to teach. So the Ville platform and lessons there are fully customizable by the teacher.
I see. Thank you. So with the software, as I understand, the role of the teacher becomes less and less important, right?
It's kind of true, but we kind of also feel that it's one way for the teacher to focus on the kids who need support at the moment. So it might be a different set of kids who need support this week and different set of kids who need support next week. So maybe it allows teacher to give more individual attention to everybody.
So the teacher can help children with the special needs, for example, and who finds difficulties in learning. Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So bye. So we are closing this session. Thank you very much for coming here, and let's see you all the next year.
Thank you, and I would like to say thank you very much for the chair. And to give some. So okay, so now we should have lunch, and after the lunch we will continue our work in the sessions. Thank you. Okay, dear colleagues, welcome to ICIST 2023, and now we will start the special session on artificial intelligence based IT solutions, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Martina Kobelnik. So, Martina, the floor is yours.
welcome everyone. I'm really honored to chair this session, which will be devoted mostly to our younger scientists, mostly, at least. There is a little change in the schedule. We have only one on-site presentation, so we will start with this presentation, which will be the presentation on the BLCD DC motor efficiency improvement by electronical correction of the power states indications. And this will be presented by my colleague Adam Zielonka.
Hello, my name is Adam Zielonka. I and my colleagues, we are from Silesia University of Technology, and I start our presentation. The title of our presentation is the BLDC motor efficiency improvement by electronical correction of the power state indication. Plan of presentation. Okay, thank you. A page down. Okay. The plan of presentation. First, technical description of the test stand. The next hour, BLDC motor power system. Symmetry measurement of rotor position state. Hall effect sequence states signal correction. The results of comparison of the efficiency of the BLDC motor with and without correction. And finally, conclusion. Technical description of the test stand. The subject of our research is SMZT permanent magnet motor with a rate power of 1 kilowatt and a rate speed of 1 RPM. The motor is powered with a rate of voltage of 48 volt. It's connected to a load machine driven by permanent magnets of similar rate, powered through two coupling and a Dataflex torque emitter here. Our power system. Scheme of the test stand that consists of the motor with 6 halotrons here placed in the groove of the motor stator and halotron H7 placed above the magnetic marker mounted above the motor shaft. B represents the torque emitter, and C is the load machine with permanent magnets too. And three-phase retriever system is marked with a diode symbol. Next, we have DCD converter for setting the motor load, and DC voltage source is marked with a capacitor symbol. And here, a DCD converter is used to regulate the voltage fed to the electronic commutator. Electronic commutator is marked here with 6 transistors, and electronic system, control system, of course, here. Now I present schematic diagram of the measurement system used to test the asymmetry of the BLDC motor control state. All Hall sensors are connected directly to pins of the measuring microcontroller clocked by generator marked X1. Connect to Raspberry Pi computer via serial port to record data sent by the microcontroller program. And finally, we have this switch that initializes recording. I'm sorry. First, the motor was driven by an external machine and Hall effect sensor state duration of 3 consecutive control sequences, making up a full rotation of the motor shaft for the speed of 340 RPM. The results show large disproportions of the duration out of states of the Hall sensor effect. Undoubtedly, it has a negative impact on motor efficiency. So to determine the degree of asymmetry, we use the following measures. Of course, average, standard deviation, variation, coefficient of variation, and the maximal coefficient of variation. And here we have a summary of statistics for the motor driven by an independent machine for 2 speeds, 340 RPM and 460 RPM, and 2 rotation direction. And we can see that coefficient of variation has have really large value. In this table, we have summary of statistics for motor working on neutral gear on different rotation speed and directions. Here we have 3 different speeds. And we also can see that the value of coefficient of variation is large. Presented results indicate that both in the case of a motor driven by a second machine and for a motor on neutral gear, the Hall effect sensor of the motor shaft position in this setting cause significant differences in the successive states duration in the sequence of states determining for motor shaft position. Our state signal correction. There is present the signal waveform of Hall effect sensor with Ni for I equals 0 to 12 denote the switching time between changes in the state of the control sequence. The proposed method is based on determining the middle point of duration of 2 successive states. This is very easy operation for the microcontroller point of the view. It only required to compute a sum of 2 number and bit shift, which correspond to division by 2. And here we have results of comparison of efficiency of BLDC motor with and without correction. And we can see that the results presented in this table clearly show that a simple correction of the Hall effect signal had a positive effect on improving the efficiency of the BLDC motor in all operating state tests. We have results for 3 loads and 3 different speed. And conclusion, we propose a very simple algorithm for correction of the BLDC motor control state signal. The algorithm is executed by electronic commutator microcontroller, which only involves program correction. A simple program correction increases the efficiency of the entire drive system. Thank you.
The presentation. So now we are waiting for any questions. So we have
have you tested the algorithm on another engine motor?
No, because it's a specific kind of motor with disproportion in duration time. In another, we have not this problem.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Okay, thank you again for presentation, but okay, because I'm not very familiar with the subject, can I ask you a couple of things? Just, so the efficiency is, how do you measure the efficiency? It means the duration of the whole revolution of the rotor in milliseconds. Can you go back to slides back? Can we go back a little bit? Yeah, so back again, please back again. Yes. Yeah, so stop. So that's zero, direction zero. So it means 0 and 1. What is the difference?
It was our mark for one and another direction of rotation.
Okay, and where is, let's say, so you have two engines. One is, both are on the power, or only one is driving another? I didn't get that correctly. So
in
two motors.
In the first experiment, motor was driven by another,
yes,
and in the second it was working on neutral gear.
Okay. So this is the deviation of the duration of whole rotation,
yes.
One revolution. Yes.
Yes.
And improvement. All right. So your measurement of efficiency is to make the durations constant enough.
Yeah.
So constant as
it's
much.
Better. It's
So now I got it. Okay. So and can you say so? The last question. Yes. So the bigger the input of the power, so the bigger the RPM, so the bigger the error was previously, or not. So when you have 1,000 RPMs, yeah. So why do I see that the difference between 0 and 1 is quite small again? So by increasing the RPM, what are the tendencies of between differences between 0 and 1? Maybe.
Czemu są różnice między jednym i drugim kierunkiem? Przy 1000 tej asymetrii. It's results of measurement. That's
but you don't
difficult to say.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm happy. Okay. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. Just was curious. Is it possible to use some modulation signal to control the motor, like PWM or similar? Have you tried it, or PWM? You know PWM, pulse width modulation, or
no?
No, it's the motor is constantly on.
Yeah.
It's constantly on, right?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any more questions? I think that's all. So thank you
Thank
again.
you.
Okay, so now we will move to the next presentation. So we have Mr. Rafał Macionczyk here. Can you hear us? Okay. Now I will ask again. Rafał, can you hear us?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so let's move to the presentation. The floor is yours. So let's get started.
Greetings, I'm Rafał Maciejczyk, student at Silesian University of Technology in Gliwice. Today I would like to present our research findings in a paper that we titled Analyzing the Impact of Principal Components Analysis on the K-nearest neighbors and Naive Bayes classification algorithms. The research was conducted together with my fellow colleagues, Michał Moritz and Patrick Buchtiar. To begin with the field of artificial intelligence, it is is in need of new technologies and approaches in order to speed up analysis of databases that keeps growing as the world progresses. One of the popular approaches is using combination of principal component analysis together with machine learning algorithms, such as naive Bayes and k-nearest neighbors algorithms. While previous researchers explored use of PCA with those algorithms, there is still need for more in-depth research. So in our study, we focused to better understand how exactly PCA affects both accuracy and efficiency by carrying out several calculations and experiments. But before presenting our findings, I will introduce the dataset we worked on and explain how the algorithms works. The dataset we selected for our research is Titanic dataset that we created by combining 3 datasets with information about passengers of the Titanic. It contains many information about them: their age, sex, ticket, class, cabin numbers, and much more, with total of 1,309 records. Of course, for the calculation to go smoothly, we had to clean a dataset from empty cells and columns that were unnecessary. Some of the data also had been transformed into numeric data. By doing all of that, we were left with 1,045 records and 7 columns, with last being used as classification class, with 1 meaning that person survived and 0 that person died. Then we could use normalization algorithms on the resulting dataset. But that's not all we had to do. Additional functions for shuffling datasets and splitting it into training and validating dataset had to be implemented. As divider, we choose 30:70 ratio, with 70% as validating data and 70% as training data. Doing all of that was necessary in order to unbiased and randomly sorted data. Now the algorithms. First is the k-nearest neighbors algorithm. It is algorithm that helps us classification of new data points to one of the predefined classes. By class, I mean group of data points with similar properties, like by looking at average weight, length, and height, we can group animals into species. The algorithm works by calculating distance from the point we want to find matching class for to all the other points in dataset. Distances are sorted from the closest to the farthest away, and classes of k number of points are checked. The most prevalent class is then selected by as a class of point we want to classify. Naive Bayes algorithm is algorithm that help us classify the new data points, but the basic premises are different. The algorithm calculates probability of selected point being part of the predefined class. To do this, Bayes theorem is utilized. The disadvantage of using this classifier is that it bases on assumption that the selected values are independent from each other, hence the name naive. So how we use PCA algorithm with those classifiers? First, we need to understand what PCA algorithm does. PCA is an algorithm that specifies the calculation by reducing number of dimensions. By doing that, raises a question. It will affect accuracy of both KNN and naive Bayes algorithm because we are simplifying complex data. To answer this question, we conducted several measurements on the accuracy and efficiency of both algorithms with and without PCA. In order to find how PCA actually affects KNN and naive Bayes algorithm, we measured the execution time and accuracy of both algorithms. We wrote down results depending on how many dimensions from 6 to 2 were present, with 6 in the case of our dataset, meaning that PCA was not used, and then gradually reducing number of dimensions with PCA. To prevent results from being affected by temporary performance issue, each measurement was repeated 10 times. Then we calculated mean of the results we obtained and wrote them down into tables. Then using the data, we created graphs that can tell us in more clear way how these algorithms were affected. Here you can see the results we got when analyzing KNN algorithm with both table and graphs shown. The time of execution of the algorithm was significantly affected by PCA. It dropped down from near 50 seconds. 50 seconds without PCA to close 16 when almost all dimensions were reduced and only 2 were left, which is something that we could assume would happen. But it's surprising that the operation seems to have no effect on accuracy of KNN algorithm despite some of the data being lost by simplifying it. The accuracy of KNN, which we can see on the graph, is placed around 83% for all numbers and dimensions being presented from 6 to 2. Moving on to the naive Bayes algorithm, the execution time of this algorithm was also affected by PCA, which we can see on the table and graph. The execution time dropped 1.3 seconds for all 6 dimensions, present to 0.73 seconds when reducing them to 2. It isn't very noticeable difference when working on amount of data we work on, because it's just 0.5 seconds. But considering naive Bayes, it's much faster algorithm than KNN, and this 0.5 seconds reduced time of execution nearly by half is quite big difference, especially when working on the large amount of data. The accuracy of the algorithm, as in case of KNN, seems to be same for all numbers of dimensions being presented. All of the data here is close to 85% of accuracy, which is within the statistical error margin. So summing up the data we gathered, not only the PCA algorithm significantly decreased the time of the execution of both KNN and naive Bayes algorithm, but also doesn't have noticeable negative impact on the accuracy with which those algorithms works. By returning to the efficiency graphs, we can get some interesting conclusion from them. It's quickly noticeable that they seem to exhibit linear relationship between time and number of dimensions presented in dataset. This can help us determining by how much PCA can affect time of execution. For this, we used method called linear regression. Graphs from our research are being represented by linear function. So we calculated A and B coefficients and then steepness of the graph. The results we got is removing one dimension with PCA while using KNN algorithm can give us a 31.05% increase in efficiency while giving 80.18% increase in naive Bayes. In conclusion, results of our research suggest that PCA is a powerful tool which can significantly decrease times it takes for KNN and naive Bayes algorithms to execute. There were no drawbacks found when it comes to accuracy with which those algorithms classify data points. However, the study may not generalize to all data sets, which can be very different from the tiny data set, and further research is needed. Do you have any questions?
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. And now we are waiting for questions. We have one question.
Okay, hello and thank you for presentation. First of all, I have few remarks. Okay, so you're using the data set of Titanic passengers. I don't know what is the motivation of using this data, because it's very limited in application. So I don't know. So it's just nice facts we can draw from it, but just that's it. Okay, and you should not maybe pay too much attention in description of well-defined methods of KNN or naive bias algorithm, but I still I didn't get the point of this presentation at all. So you were expecting to draw conclusions from Titanic data set, or you wanted to compare those two classification methods, because they depend strongly on the data itself. So the conclusions may not be applied to another data set. So what was the motivation of this research? Can you please tell?
We wanted to test it in the Titanic dataset.
Just that it. So, all right. So now I was also curious, what are those two dimensions? Okay, so can we go back a little bit with slides? Let's go back a little bit. Please back we go, and stop. Yeah, so stop. That's enough. Okay, so number of dimensions. Okay, so what are those two dimensions, for example? Are they linear, let's say, combination of their existing dimensions, or there are two specific dimensions that can determine the classification the best? So what are those?
It's linear. It takes all dimensions into these two.
Yeah, but what are they? For example, the age of the passenger, the sex of the passenger. What are those dimensions? Specifically, those two dimensions. What are?
I don't know if I understand the question.
So the dimensions. What are the dimensions? So you used 6 dimensions. So you took 6 features of the passengers list table. So what? Yeah. So.
But I think you don't understand PCA.
Yes. Yes. So yes. Yes. Yes.
Because the question is wrong to the paper. Because PCA doesn't work in the way that you are.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. And presenter should have told me that these are some combinations of existing features. So
no, it doesn't work because PCA is selecting the features.
Yes, but it's combining those.
Expert system. That's why if you are asking somebody how the PCA is selecting the feature, the question is wrong in itself.
Okay. Anyway, and also, okay, maybe it's not for me, right? Because maybe someone also has to ask something.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions? I don't see any, so thank you very much for the presentation. And now we will move. And now we will move to the next one. Okay, so the next presentation will be presented by Mr. Kuba Małecki. So now you can get started.
Hello everyone. So my name is Kuba Małecki. I'm also from the Silesian University of Technology. And I work with my colleague Victoria Koman on topic comparison of KNN and neural networks in handwritten digit recognition. So I'd like you to present our results. Okay, so the presentation will be divided in 5 sections. The first will be introduction, when I will talk about the purpose of the article. The second will be methodology, where I will show you what specifically algorithms we used and how we use them. And then we will go to the results in a section experiment. There I will also present you the data set that we used to compare them. And lastly, two last sections will be conclusions, when I will talk about the differences in results and also the summary and acknowledgements. So first, I will not talk much about the machine learning because we mostly know what is it, and we will hear a lot of it today. So machine learning is a field of artificial intelligence that creates algorithms and models to automatically learn from data and take actions based on it. There are a lot of methods in machine learning, such as neural networks that I will speak today about, fuzzy sets of various of types of classifiers, such as KNN, k nearest neighbors. Handwriting recognition, when its appropriate classification, is one of the tasks of image recognition that have attracted the attention of machine learning and computer science specialists for many, many years. We know that the best tool for handwriting recognition is the CNN, the convolutional neural networks, but they can get complex. So the purpose of our article is to show you the simple classifier like KNN, and also a simple neural network, and show you the differences on this entry level machine learning. So we will start with the k-nearest neighbors. It's a machine learning algorithm used for classification, of course. It involves searching for k nearest neighbors of given point on, let's say, space. Then based on the class or the numerical value of these neighbors, the point belongs to the certain class, or we can predict value by those. Data preparation for this algorithm just includes turning every categorical attributes to some maybe values like Boolean or something, so we can work on pure values, or removing outliers or normalizing the data. There is no such training in KNN because we use the knowledge of the clean data to work with this algorithm. For classifying new entity, we calculate distance to each case in the dataset. Then we pick labels of k nearest neighbors by this distance with the smallest value of these distances. And our new entity will be signed with the most numerous label among the k nearest neighbors. We have to figure out somehow the k that needs to be replaced in the KNN, how many neighbors we need. It's often to use the square root of n and data divided by 2, but we have time and we have resources, so we can test some of them, and we tested them. I will show you later. And the second thing we need to choose, the second variable, is a metric we use to calculate the distance. And here we tested 3 of them, 3 most popular. First, Euclidean distance. It's the most common. We know it from everywhere, from Pythagorean theorem. And that's how we commonly see a distance. Then we have second, it's a Manhattan distance, or tax cap distance, because we move on this like on a square grid, like we have the streets in the city where we can't go through the buildings. We need to go by this square grid. And also the Chebyshev metric, it's commonly used when we have some machines with different motors on different axes, and we just need to know the maximum value of the distance from all the axes on the motors, because all the motors can move at the same time. And we will show you the results later on the can with also the neural networks. Now I will speak about the neural network. Single neural network is just a simple equation. As we see, we have inputs and we have wages to multiply them, and we will change the wages to do something, and we assume the products of those inputs and wages, and then we go through some activation function, or we may not, to get the output. And the general idea of the neural networks is to combine many of these artificial neurons to get some output. And we made this neural network when we have the 3 layers, because it has to be simple. When the first layer is input, second is a hidden layer. So the equation layer or something, where it's dense, so it's connected to every input. Every neuron in this layer is connected to every previous neuron from previous layer. And we use the real function, which is just 0 for the negative numbers and the y equals x on the positive numbers. And then we go with this output to the last layer, when it's just 10 neurons representing each digit. That will do the digit. I will show you the database in a second. And we use here softmax function, which is representation kind of like probability, where all the neurons values outputs will sum to a1 to 100%. And we also use the cross entropy cost function, because cross entropy cost function is best for the probabilities. And Adam optimizer algorithm, we could use simpler algorithm, but when someone new will do something like this experiment, it's not hard in implementation with the libraries. We have to just change the name of the optimizer to the Adam optimizer. And here we have the MNIST database. It's 28 by 28 pixel pictures. We have 70,000 of them. It's commonly used. It's very popular to this day. We try to get the best accuracies with the newest algorithm we get. And with the KNN, these are the results with different metrics. On the x-axis, we have the number of neighbors, the k, and on the y-axis, we have the accuracy of the algorithm. And the colors are different metrics that I talked about earlier. We can see that the accuracy is about 96% on the Euclidean and Manhattan algorithm. Euclidean is slightly better, with 3 or 4 the neighbors. This is a confusion matrix for k equals 3, with a metric Euclidean for KNN. Then we have the neural networks. Neural network goes through inputting those inputs, those images, and every 200, 300 images we calculate the cost function, and we use Adam optimizer to backpropagate this function to gradient descent it to the lower numbers of cost. And after 10 epoch, we got to 98%. Epoch is like going through the whole data set. We got to the 98.16%. With the time of 6 milliseconds per step and for 2 seconds for the whole epoch. And here we have confusion matrix for the best epoch. And the differences were not that much in accuracy, but of course 96 and 98 are big if it comes to the comfortability of, I don't know, a customer that works with something that transforms his writing to text. That the key difference was in the time that needed to run this algorithm, because KNN took hours to do the whole project, to all the case, all the metrics, to test them, and single run with single metric and single K was like 20 minutes, and in the neural networks it was 20 seconds. And that's all. I'd like to thank Professor Marcin Woźniak for helping us with this, and also Dr. Adam Zielonka for talking about this with us a lot and helping us do something, I mean, fun.
Okay, so thank you for the presentation. Do we have any questions for this paper?
Okay, hello, and again, thank you for the presentation. Again, you could spend more time on dealing with, let's say, the training data. So, and I'm very curious, how did you manage to provide, I mean, to arrange the handwriting data, training data for KNN? And since it has no, let's call it teacher, how did you manage to train? I mean, it doesn't require training, but how did you manage to prepare the data for the KNN? What was the data? Maybe do you have your software somewhere running, and you could show us? Just for a short
I'm afraid
glance.
this code is somewhere. I couldn't find it ASAP now. But when we got this data this data set, it's the table of 784 columns with the brightness of each pixel on the image. And the KNN works here just like with 784 dimensions. So he calculates each dimension with that. So that's a lot of calculations. That's why it took so long.
Yeah, okay, but maybe a few remarks of how you're deciding where to place the initial centroids when you're calculating the KNN, or and how did you manage to predefine already the class number? Okay, how many classes you're going to classify? You so already have 10 classes. Yeah. So and so is the whole letter is a class for you in your case, or because this is again a classical example? And can you comment on anything else?
I mean, there's separate column, of course, on the labels.
Centroids, about centroids, first of all. Those green dots, so they are...
Yeah, this we're not clustering that. We're working purely on the whole data set, so we don't have centroids to minimize this algorithm. We just work with every point. So the green dot means the new entity that we put into that. That, of course, we splitted that into the training group and the test group. And from each
Yeah,
that green point is from the test group.
Yeah,
that
but
we
the
don't.
letter should fall into the square circle or outside. It should be outside the circle. Your letter of target that you want to close.
Circle is more like idea because it not works like the circle. It just takes the lowest values of distance. So I mean, it's just the idea image, not the working.
Okay.
Algorithm.
Okay. Thank you then. Okay, thank you. Who else?
Okay, any more questions? So let's move to another one. Thank you again.
Thank you for having us.
So now the last presentation in the first part of this special session. Who will present that? Okay, so the next presenter will be Mr. Bartosz Lewandowicz.
Hi.
So now you can start.
So greetings everyone. My name is Bartosz Lewandowicz and I will be pleased to present and talk to you about comparison of support vector machines, naive Bayes and k-nearest neighbors algorithms for classifying heart disease. Our agenda consists of introduction to the problem, establishment of methodology of research, and then a few words about use classifiers. And after that, results of experiments will be presented and conclusions will be drawn. So a few introduction words. Heart disease has been the leading cause of death in the EU for many years. Early detection of this disease increases a patient's chance of survival. And the aim of this study is to see if machine learning algorithms can help in the early diagnosis of these illnesses. For this purpose, three classifiers, KNN, naive Bayes, and support vector machine were implemented and trained on a dataset containing medical data related to the possibility of cardiovascular disease. And the result of the study is a comparative analysis of the classifiers that summarizes the accuracy and stability of the results in determining the possibility of heart disease. On this slide, methodology is presented, and first step was obtaining a dataset from UCI machine learning repository. Then data was checked for noise, normalized, and split in 70-30 training test samples. After that, tests were conducted and determined the optimal configuration of classifiers. So data consists of 14 attributes with numerical values. Chosen view, like the age of patient or fasting blood sugar or chest pain type, are shown on the slide. On the right side, an example of normalization is shown using the min-max method. Okay, so in order to make the analysis as accurate as possible, several pre-tests were carried out before the actual research began. And in order to determine the optimal numbers of neighbors used by the KNN algorithm, and as a result of the pretest, the desired number of neighbors was found to be 7, as shown in the diagram. It also shows that after this value of 7, there is a consistent less accuracy than it was at its peak. So next, we tested for naive Bayes algorithm, and we come to conclusion that normal probability distribution is the best because it yields the best consistent accuracy. And the kernel used for support vector machine algorithm was the linear kernel because it also yielded best accuracy compared to other types of kernels. Okay, so after testing 500 different training samples. The average accuracy was determined to establish which classifier performed best in predicting the presence of heart disease in a patient, as well as standard deviation to identify which algorithm is also most consistent. And the results are shown in this table. In terms of both accuracy and stability, the results show an advantage for the support vector machine classifier. So in order to ensure that the results obtained were not distorted by some random fluctuations, we also performed an analysis of variance. And this test allowed us to compare differences between classifiers and help to exclude the influence of random factors. As we can see, the result of a p-value is really small. It's smaller than 0.05, so it clearly indicates that presence of it clearly indicates the presence of a difference between at least two of the classifiers that we tested. And after that, we conducted a post hoc test to identify differences between specific classifiers in more detail. And the test results confirm that the differences between the classifiers are statistically significant. And they are particularly evident in the comparison of support vector machine and KNN and naive bias and KNN, where highly significant differences obtained. And these results also confirm that differences between classifiers are real and are not the results of some random fluctuations. Okay, so also a few words of conclusion. Like I said, the aim of this study was to investigate whether it is possible to predict heart disease from medical data with what accuracy. And for this purpose, a comparative analysis was performed, in which different classification models were described and implemented. And as a result of this study, it was shown that all classifiers showed high accuracy. However, the best performance in both accuracy and stability was achieved by support vector machine. And in the case of early disease detection, due to the lower criticality of the possible error, the result obtained by the SVM classifier can be considered satisfactory and can significantly contribute to the early diagnosis of the disease. Thank you for your attention, and that's all.
Okay, thank you very much, Bartosz. So now we are waiting for questions, if any.
One question I can ask, because it is not easy to perform really good experiment in your case, because you need to have the data of ill people at the early stages, not at the advanced stages, but at the early stages, and not people with heart diseases with a similar age. If you evaluated such cases, such possibilities, or not?
About ages, I believe in this data set there was a difference between ages, like the younger patients that was that data was taken was about 22 years old, I believe, and the older one was 77. So there is a difference between ages. And so we don't really, like you said, we don't really use data from different stages of the sickness, of the disease. We only use data for the early stages, so we can see that if we can determine from the early stages of diseases and the result, like the classifying attribute was the future diagnosis of the disease. So we saw that we can take like data of the patient from early stages and see if it's was later diagnosed with heart disease.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? So thank you again, Bartosz.
Thank you very much.
So I think now it's the good time for coffee break. So we will meet again in half an hour. And the first presentation will be the presentation rescheduled from the previous part of this session. And it will be presented by Mrs. Emilia Pavela. So you can get started.
Do you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So the topic of our presentation is interactive method of adjusting parameters KNA via Minkowski matrix. And we prepared this. I prepared this, and my colleague Drew Wojciech Olech. So I will outline. So I will start the presentation with an introduction. Then I will move on to the methodology, in which I will talk about the k-nearest neighbors algorithm, Minkowski metric, automation of neighbor and parameter selection. The next part will be about the database and the test performed, and finally a summary. So introduction. In our work, we used machine learning to predict whether, after providing the parameters of a blood sample in our case, the machine will correctly assess whether a given person has anemia. There are many different mechanisms to analyze this data and qualify it. One of them is the k-nearest neighbor algorithm. In our work, we use this algorithm and automate it, checking each number of neighbors for the given range. The Minkowski function was used to calculate the distance between points. The selection of the parameter m in the Minkowski function and the number of nearest neighbors has been automated, which allows you to consider many different possibilities without having to enter them manually. The diagram on the slide shows how the k-nearest neighbors algorithm works. This algorithm classifies a sample based on a specific number of its close neighbors. The classes of the sample nearest neighbor are checked. In the presented diagram, it can be seen that the presented sample will be of class A, regardless of the number of neighbors, because each of the presented cases, class A dominates. But this also happens that for a different number of neighbors, the sample might assume different classes due to the fact that given a different class might dominate the number of neighbors considered. For each experiment, you need to check what number of nearest neighbors is the most accurate for classifying the sample. Therefore, we have automated the selection of the number of neighbors along with a list of which number of neighbors for classification is the most accurate. The Minkowski metric. To select the nearest neighbors of sample, you first need to calculate the distance of the sample for a given neighbor. For this purpose, the Minkowski function was used. The distance were then sorted in ascending order. Neighbors with the smallest distance were selected to classify the sample. The slides show the Minkowski metric, where there is distance between 2 points, n is number of dimensions in which 2 points are defined, x, y, 2 points in n-dimensional space, x, y, yi, coordinate values of 2 points in I dimension, m dimension of the space. In our case, the selection of parameter m has also been automated, what I said earlier. How is it working? For the selected parameter m in the Minkowski metric and a given number of considered nearest neighbors, it's checked whether the machine has correctly assessed whether the patient is anemic. After checking the validation set, the accuracy of the selected parameter is calculated. Accuracies are sorted in descending order. In the next step, the parameter m of the Minkowski function and the k-nearest neighbors are selected for the highest accuracy. So what if the accuracy was the same for several parameters m and k-nearest neighbors? In such case, a ranking system was created, which for those parameter m of the Minkowski function and the k-nearest neighbors that have the same accuracy repeats the calculation of the machine accuracy in assessing a potentially sick person, but for half of the previously used one validation set. Thanks to the solution, we only get one result that is the most accurate. And if not, the accuracy calculation is repeated again with a validation set that is the half size of the previously used one. There is no need to manually check each parameter m and select the appropriate number of neighbors. The times complexity. Regarding the times complexity for determining the accuracy in a given validation set with the undemodified kernel algorithm is as follows formula, where n is the number of records in the database and d is the number of dimensions in the database. But for us, but in our solution, the times complexity is greater and is represented by the following formula, where n is the number of records in the database, d is the number of dimensions in the database, k is the number of nearest neighbor to consider, and m is values of parameter m to be considered. The runtime may also be modified and extended due to the ranking system used. To test utilized a database containing blood test results of patient. In a closed result of both healthy individuals and those with anemia. The database consists of 6 columns and approximately 1,450 records. Evaluation is performed based on gender, hemoglobin levels in the blood, mean corpuscular hemoglobin concentration, mean corpuscular volume, and mean hemoglobin content. For a person with the condition, the value is equal to 1, and for healthy individual, it's 0. In the graph, you can see the 25 graphs that show the relationship between all the columns in the database used for the experiment. The blue color represents a healthy person, while the orange color represents an anemic person. In experiment we conducted, the number of nearest neighbor was considered from 2 to 15, and the value of parameter m of the Minkowski function was from 1 to 14. In total, we received 197 results. In the graph shown, the orange color represents parameter m, the blue color represents the number of neighbors, and the gray and green color represent the accuracy. It can be seen that when the value of the parameter m and the number of nearest neighbor k are below 10, the accuracy of determining whether the patient is sick or not remains relatively constant at 94%. In our case, when the value of the parameter m is between 1 and 5, the accuracy is the highest. If the values of the parameter m and the number of nearest neighbor k are above 10, the accuracy drops below 90%. The presented table contains the values of the m parameter of the Minkowski function and the number of considered neighbors for which the accuracy was the highest. In case of the database in question, the best accuracy was approximately 95% for m equal to 1 and 30 neighbors considered. This automation solution is better than selecting parameters randomly or checking them manually. Thanks to this solution, all possible combinations are checked and the best one is selected. To sum up, this approach used automated selection of the parameter m of the Minkowski function and the number of nearest neighbors. Thanks to this, all combinations are checked and one with the highest accuracy is selected. This approach can be used in database with numerical values, such as the previously mentioned blood test results. The most accurate values of m parameter and the number of neighbors will vary depending on the database used. It may also depend on the validation set used. When it comes to further development of our work, the biggest priority is to improve the times complexity because it's quite high, especially when we introduce a large range of parameter m values and a large number of considered nearest neighbors. This situation may also become more complicated with the ranking system used when a large number of accuracy will be the same. The next task is to test the program from different databases and for a larger range of the m parameter and a larger number of neighbors. So thank you for your attention. Do you have any question?
Okay, so let's thank Olivia for the presentation, and if there are any questions, then it is the right time to ask them. We have one question.
Hello. So I have one, perhaps a question from a couple of parts. First of all, was the data set that you used some standard one?
Could you repeat?
Did you use some sort of a standard data set?
Standard data
Yes.
set? What do you mean by that?
That is, well, was it some sort of a data set that is meant for testing all kinds of algorithms, or was it taken from, well, some hospital specifically for this work or something?
This database is from the Kaggle, and we also checked that if in the database it's a value that's not correct. For example, if gender is 1, it's 2 or 3.
Okay. And was the data set balanced? That is, was the number of the positive and negative results similar, the same, or was it significantly different?
You mean that the
that
results
is,
that
in that
anemic person is
last-
more or less? You mean the data, yes?
That is, in this case, I see a result 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0. Is
this
it
is,
about the number of zeros and ones about the same, or?
No. It's the this is the few records of the database and the shown
Yes,
grounds.
but I mean, was the number of ones and zeros in the whole database more or less the same, or significantly
I don't know.
different?
We don't testing. We don't know.
Okay.
Maybe I will
That's
check
a-
it if you want, and you can
that-
email me.
That's a bit unfortunate since, well, if the number of ones and zeros is significantly different, then it would be interesting to see not just the accuracy, but let's say sensitivity, specificity, but, well, that's probably for the next presentation, for the next year.
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you very for your consider. We will check it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we can one presentation scheduled on next year conference then. Do you have any more questions? Okay, so thank you again, Emilia.
Thank you very much too.
Okay, so now we move to the next presentation. Okay, we have the next team here. Mr. Tomasz Bury will present the next paper. Tomasz, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, we can hear you too, so you can get started.
Mhm. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tomasz Bury, and I'm a student of Silesian University of Technology. I want to present a work done by me and my colleagues named Soft Inference as a Voting Mechanism in K-nearest neighbors clustering algorithm. If there will be any unanswered questions, I would be grateful to answer them by my correspondence email, and because the project is still developed and any considerations or feedback is very gratefully appreciated. Firstly, I want to briefly introduce the motivation for creating this algorithm, then present the objectives of this project, shortly present concepts of KNN algorithm and soft inference. Next, I will present the modified algorithm, present the dataset that was used to work on this project, and the results that were obtained. So, K-nearest neighbor is a very popular classification algorithm, as it was developed more than 70 years ago. It is used in many classification problems, as we could see on the previous presentations today. However, there are some challenges that need to be solved, such as the significant negative impact on precision when data have distal recalls or when it is incomplete or noisy. The objectives that have been the main reason for creating this project are to adopt a soft inference mechanism using a soft set to make the voting part of KNN algorithm more resistant to missing, incomplete, or unevenly distributed data, and to reduce time and memory complexity to improve the efficiency of classifying process. How does the KNN algorithm work? First, the sample from the data is chosen. It is unclassified. The distance between given point and other ones is computed by using different metrics, such as Euclidean on Minkowski distance, Then the distances are sorted in ascending order, and k points that are closest to the given point are chosen to classify. The class that occurs the most in the k-point set is the new class of the given point. Soft inference is based on a soft set theory created by Molodtsov, and it is a generalization of fuzzy set theory. The objective of soft set is to identify optimal elements from a given set by checking its parameter, as it is shown on the slide. What is the mathematical model of the voting process in KNN algorithm using soft inference? Let's denote S as a soft set that represents all K neighbors and Y as a set of class labels. Sj is the degree of membership to which the label AJ belongs to the set S. The Sj soft set is determined as shown in the equation, and the degree of membership of Yj to the set S is computed as Sj equals sum from 1 to I Si for each neighbor whose label is Yj. The proposed algorithm by us uses a modified Minkowski metric similar to that were presented by Emilia a moment ago. And the distance between points is used by modified Minkowski metric, as this is using maximum distance from M from 1 to 5 and returning it. Other approaches were also explored, and the maximum distance was chosen as it was the most optimal, as could be seen on the chart below. The membership function, as it was mentioned in the beginning of this section, is used to calculate the degree of association of a given vector X to a class. The equation is presented on the slide. It's equation number 2. Our calculations are based on arbitrarily chosen M equal 2, and M should be an integer value. We have tested all the values of M from 1 to 10, and they had a significant impact on accuracy. Some M had a significant impact on time of computing the algorithm. The used dataset consists of medical records of patients who are or not are at risk of suffering from a heart attack, and it is a subset of a much larger dataset created from databases from Hungarian Institute of Cardiology, Budapest in Budapest, University Hospital in Zurich, University Hospital in Basel, Medical Center in Long Beach, and Cleveland Clinic Foundation. Every record is defined by 14 different parameters, such as age, chest pain type, or blood pressure. Data were pre-processed, and one duplicate record was removed, and the values of the records were normalized using min-max algorithm. The results, our algorithm has a slightly higher accuracy compared to non-modified KNN algorithm for K from 1 to 10. Recall of the modified version that we have created is around 85 to 90%, depending on the chosen K. It is also worth mentioning that the algorithm is significantly less complex, as it is over 3 times faster than non-modified version of KNN algorithm, as could be seen in this table. The proposed version of the KNN algorithm modification improves the accuracy of predictions and reduces time complexity. There were attempts to reduce number of features, but all of them had significant impact on the accuracy. In future research, attention should be placed on improving recall indicator, as this is very important in medical decisions to correctly classify someone who is at risk or not, optimizing case selection and the membership function. For example, optimizing choosing the best M value for computing the membership degree of the points, and testing are the future reduction algorithms. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Let's thank Tomasz for the presentation. And now it's the time for questions. Do you have any questions?
Okay, hello. That was nice to see that the proposed algorithm runs faster. And well, when I looked at those times, I got a question. Well, why did you check? Why is it running faster? Is this? Did you find which place results in such great winnings?
The modified version of the algorithm that we have created is less time complex because of the in the big O notation. It has less operations to compute, and it is faster on the data sets.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? I don't see any, so thank you again, Tomasz.
Thank you very much.
And now we can move to the next presentation.
Hello.
Okay, hello, Julia. So the next presentation will be by Julia Jędrzejczyk. I think you can hear us, so we can hear you, so you can get started.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, it's all good.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm Julia. I did this project with my friends, with Anya and with Bartłomiej, and today I will tell you a little bit more about it. And the topic of it is predicting diabetes risk in correlation with cigarette smoking. Okay, so let's move further. Okay, I will tell you a little bit more about the introduction to the project, about the methodology, data analysis, implementation, experiments, results, conclusions, summary, and after all of it, you will see the references. Okay, so when it comes to machine learning and main points of the whole process, I will start with the main point of it all. So the application of machine learning techniques in disease prediction and diagnosis has seen significant advancements in recent years. Detecting diseases actually and early is crucial for improving patient outcomes and reducing healthcare costs. Among these diseases, diabetes is a prevalent and chronic condition with serious health implications. The correlation between cigarette smoking and the likelihood of developing diabetes remains an area that requires further investigation. By analyzing the diabetes prediction dataset, we investigate whether smoking is an independent risk factor for diabetes or if its impact is confounded by other variables. Our hypothesis is that there exist positive associations between cigarette smoking and the likelihood of diabetes even after controlling for other non-risk factors. So, assumption of the projects. The program is designed to predict the potential for diabetes risk in correlation with the smoking cigarettes based on the diabetes prediction dataset. The short description. The main scheme of the algorithm for assessing the possibility of diabetes risk is a combination of the results, characteristic, habits of the person under study. Based on the information provided, the algorithm determines how high the chance is that a particular person will develop diabetes. When it comes to methodology, we focus on few steps. I will tell you a little bit more about the steps, but first of all, let's look at them. What I will tell you about. So, selection of the database, analysis, introduction of the database. So, removing rows that did not contain key information crucial to achieve the final results, because otherwise the result won't be very trustful. Appropriate preparation of data for testing, performing testing using a naive Bayesian classifier, performing the experiment using the Cannon classifier, drawing conclusion, and preparing, of course, the report. Okay, so when it comes to description of the preparation, a naive Bayesian classifier is a simple probabilistic classifier. It is based on the assumption of the mutual independence of predictors, for example, independent variable. Although this assumption often does not reflect reality, it is therefore called naive. The model of right of probability in the naive Bayesian classifier can be deducted using Bayes' theorem, a theorem of probability theory binding the weighted probabilities of two events, conditioning on each other. Okay, so first of all, on the left, you can see the Bayes theorem, and on the right, there is the density function of normal Gauss description. We focused also a lot about, we focused on data analysis because we found it very important to prepare all the data set in a very good way. So on the left, you can see the libraries that we used, and we'll move to the proper analysis. So we began our work by analyzing the database. You can see that our database consists of 100,000 rows and 9 columns, of which 2 columns have non-numeric value. There are the gender and the smoking history columns. We then made sure that no data is missing. For example, there are no so-called empty calls, which negatively affect the training of the model. The next step was to remove the rows that do not contain information necessary for data analysis. In our case, there were rows that in the smoking history column contained the value no info, because we focused on conducting the results in comparison with smoking. Okay, so here you can see the correlation of data in the studied database. And I would like to add that the red, the orange one is when the person is ill, so when the diabetes is visible, and the blue one is without diabetes. Okay. Okay, here you can see the diabetes risk depending on smoking. It's very nice and it's very worth to mention that former smokers has a higher probability to develop the diabetes, to become a diabetics. Okay, I will move to the next chart. So here we have the relationship between smoking, age, and diabetes. The chart was created to illustrate the relationship between the columns smoking history, age, and diabetes. We calculate the average value of diabetes. Each line on the graph represents a different smoking history value. The X and the Y axes represent respectively age and average percentage of diabetes. And the legend indicates which values correspond to which lines on the graph. Okay, and in the next step, we took care of changing the object values in the gender and smoking history to numeric values. Experiments. Naive Bayesian classifier and KNN classifier. In order to choose the most optimal solution for the problem, we compared the results with another classifier. We conducted experiments with KNN classifier. Working with the classifier required dividing the database into smaller parts. For 1/5 of the entire dataset, we achieved a result in approximately 3 minutes. for half of the dataset, the results appeared after about 15 minutes. However, we were unable to obtain the results for the entire dataset due to the excessively long waiting time. It was about 1 hour. The numerical results were satisfactory, accuracy around 80%, but the execution time of the task was unsatisfactory, leading directly to the rejection of this particular case. When it comes to results, we obtained results that you can see on the screen right now. So the naive bias classifier are 87.10%, 87.52%, 86.65%, 87.24%, 86.57%, and the average standard deviation was 0.402%, and the standard error was 0.179. Yes. When it comes to conclusion, the conducted tests clearly indicate that when dealing with a large amount of data, the better solution would be the naive Bayes classifier, which constantly achieves satisfactory results, even with the different configurations and multiple shufflings. On the other hand, the KNN classifier requires significant computational power and a very long time to execute the assigned task. We'd also like to point out that it is possible to limit the size of the database using hierarchical clustering, for example, agglomerative clustering, which would significantly reduce the database by grouping similar records and removing rows with the very similar values. To sum it all, I would like to add that in our job, we focus on predicting the possibility of diabetes in correlation with cigarette smoking using machine learning techniques. We focused on how to prepare all the data and how to be aware of all the data that we are using, to not present the results in a wrong way. And in conclusion, I want to add that the study showed that the naive Bayes classifier is a better choice when dealing with large datasets, as it constantly achieves satisfactory results with different configurations and multiple shufflings. On the other hand, the KNN classifier was completely intensive and very time-consuming. We suggest that the use of the hierarchy clustering to limit the size of the database, which could improve efficiency in similar projects. Okay, so right now there are references, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Julia. So now is the time for the questions.
Yes.
Do we have any questions for Julia? Seems like there are no questions, so thank you again.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
And now we are heading to the last presentation of this session, and it will be by Mr. Antoni Jasht. Antoni, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me as well?
Of course. Yes, everything works fine. So I think you can start the presentation.
Okay. Is the presentation visible?
Yes, we can see everything.
Okay. So hello everyone. My name is Antoni Jasht, and today I'll present the impact of entropy weighting technique on MCDM-based rankings on patients using ambiguous medical data. This presentation will be divided into 5 parts. First, introduction, and then the following problem, solution, results, and lastly, conclusion. In the introduction section, I'll briefly talk about multiple criteria decision making, in short, MCDM, which are analytical methods used for evaluating conflicting criteria. I'll also talk about entropy attribute weighting, which is a statistical assessment of the importance of judged criteria based solely on numerical data rather than human expertise, and also about data enhancement, more specifically extending available numerical data by processing non-numerical data. So multiple criteria decision-making involves problem where we face multiple criteria which have either objective of either maximizing the value or minimizing the value. To give a short example, this can occur when we want to buy a car. We want the price of a car to be as low as possible, while, for example, the safety of the car to be as high as possible. So from the mathematical point of view, we can represent this problem with a decision matrix having M criteria and N alternatives. Due to the lack of time, unfortunately, I won't be able to fully describe MCDM methods used in the experiments. However, I'll still go through them very briefly. So the first method I used was COPRAS method, which stands for Complex Proportional Assessment, and it's made out of 3 modules: the criterion, performance evaluation, proximity measures, and evaluation metrics. The Mura and Multimura methods stand for Multi-Objective Optimization Ratio Analysis. And as you can see from the visual aid, the Mura method consists of the ratio system and the reference point approach system. The Multimura method is an extension of the Mura method with the additional full multiplicative form. The next method I used was TOPSIS method, which stands for Technique for Order of Preference by Similarity to Ideal Solution. And it's divided into 3 distinct phases. In the first phase, we determine the ideal solution and negative ideal solution. Then with those calculated, we can obtain distance from the ideal and negative ideal solution. And then the proximity to ideal solution is then calculated for the final aggregation. And lastly, Viker method is quite similar to TOPSIS because we determine a positive ideal solution and negative ideal solution first, but then the distinct S and R indexes are calculated with the accordance to lambda risk coefficient. Next, the chosen weighting method, which is entropy weighting. To obtain this weighting method, we first need to standardize the matrix, and we can do it by according to the formula presented. Next, with this obtained matrix, we can calculate the entropy value for each of the criteria. So the problem at hand is a real-life scenario where a medical emergency is considered and patients need to be assessed and ranked based on their need for help to provide those of the most need with the limited resources. This situation can occur in the pandemic, for example, where there is an overflow of patients with need of help. So we can do this with the MCDM methods. And let's now talk about the data we have available to us. The first database I used was the symptoms database, which consists of numerical values describing different symptoms of patients, such as fever, body pain, age, runny nose, and difficulties with breathing. The other 2 databases have image data, more specifically lung X-ray images with corresponding masks and cough mel spectrograms. This data needs to be process first in order for us to use it actually in the MCDM methods. One thing worth mentioning is that we distinct positive samples and negative samples. So in this method and solution will involve binary classification, with positive samples being COVID positive patients and negative samples being either healthy patients or not diagnosed with COVID-19. And the whole solution is combining this numerical data with processed non-numerical data in order to obtain a broader database and ranking these samples using different MCDM methods with prior entropy weighting. And this can be visually presented as on the presentation. So to process the image data, I use the dedicated convolutional neural networks, and the result from those networks is a assessed membership vector, which basically is the probability of a certain patient based on the image that this patient is COVID-19 positive or negative. So the combinations of the databases used in the experiments are as follows: the symptoms and X-ray and cough database all merged together, symptoms and X-ray, symptoms and cough database, and symptoms only database. And the results are as follows. The entropy weights distribution is presented right now. And what we can see on those graphs is that when there is a probability vector available, the entropy weighting mainly focuses on those values as the main indicator of the severity of patient. While when these are not in the database, we can see that in the symptoms only database, the entropy weighting method paid the most attention to age factor. And all the other all the other assessment of the method is based on the top X function, which basically indicates the percentage of positive patients in top X places in the graph. And to properly use this function, I use the database of 2,000 patients divided evenly between ill and healthy patients, so positive and negative cases. And so the ideal ranking should look exactly like the one on the right. So for the first 1,000 position, there should be 1% correctly assigned patients, and later in the ranking, there should be only negative samples, only healthy patients. And results are in the form of top X graph presented right now, with the top graphs representing the mean weighting, which is a standard weight of weighting. And at the bottom, we've got the top X graphs, the result of MCDM methods with entropy weighting applied. So as you can visually see, is that those graphs were improved greatly by entropy weighting, with Viker method being improved the most. And the same goes with other data sets. For example, with symptoms and cough data set, we can see a large improvement, and even greater with symptoms and X-ray data set. Unfortunately, with symptoms only data set, there was little to no improvement. This can be a reason that the symptoms only data set brings very little knowledge about the classification. And further metrics are derived from the top X graph by the obtained graph and the ideal graph. So for example, we've got mean absolute error, mean squared error, and the area difference under the first half of the graphs. And as we can see from those metrics, the COPRAS method worked the best when we had the mean standard weighting. However, the Viker method excelled when we applied entropy weighting. So in conclusion, entropy weighting is a reliable tool for improving all of the MCDM methods, with Viker working the best in this scenario, and enhancing data with processed non-numerical data can greatly improve the performance of the model. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Antoni, for the presentation. And now I hope you will like to answer some questions, if there are any. Do you have any questions for Antoni? There are no questions, so thank you again.
Thank you.
And so this was the last presentation in this session. So I think that the session is closed now. So thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Martina, for sharing. And this is a certificate of participation in this conference and certificate for sharing, and the small souvenirs from our university. So thank you very much. And dear colleagues, so after a few minutes, we will start the Best Paper Award and closing ceremony. So please be patient, and after that, we will have the foreshot. Yeah? Okay, so just a moment. So, dear colleagues, the program committee members had a very intensive discussion regarding this conference best paper, and this year the best paper prize goes to Germany. Yeah, and for our colleague Sergei Schultweifer and Frederick Simon Bauer. So congratulations. And this is the prize, and somewhere I have the certificate. Just a moment. Oh, sorry. The most important part. So this is yours. Thank you very much for interesting article. Yeah. Okay, and next I would like to say thank you for all of you, and the main our goal as organizers of this company was to reach that you would gain the new knowledge, you will meet the new people, you will establish the new kind of contacts, new relations, and the final result, we hope that should be the kind of joint articles, kind of joint projects, kind of, mobility-related projects, because I hope that all of you found maybe new directions for mobility, and maybe you have met new people which you would like to invite to your universities, to your institution for kind of fruitful cooperation. So thank you very much. Thank you for organizers. Thank you for chairs of the sessions. Thank you for program committee members. Thank you especially thank you for technical staff, for Walker's, all the Walker's team. Yeah, thank you very much. And thank you for all of you who contributed to this conference, this event, but I did not mention it. So thank you very much for all. And I very kindly like to invite you next year to this conference. I hope that you enjoyed this, and we know in general the date of the conference. It's in general the same time. We know that here you will find the deadlines. Of course, all of you will be informed by additional and special invitation for next year, but we still were not sure that this conference will be organized right here in Kaunas. Maybe we will change the location. Maybe we will organize it in one of the Lithuanian resorts. Yeah, because it will be the first international conference. Yeah, and special, in general, special date for this event. So all of you will be welcome. All of you are welcome next year, and we hope that we will meet next year, and you will return with your colleagues, students, PhD students, or other kind of colleagues. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, and then we have the final stage of this conference. So thank you very much for all.